Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you here to this special event dedicated to safe roads, which indeed is a very important topic. I'm happy to announce that CITC has become reality in Europe, and I would like to welcome all the special guests who are experts in their field. It is also my honor to announce that the central location of this event is here in Brno, and Brno was selected because of the front position of CITC deployments. We are now starting with a press conference during which we are going to listen to the words of Mr. Jan Sechter, Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Matthew Baldwin, Deputy Director General of DG Move and European Coordination for Road Safety, Mr. Dirk Beckers, Director of CINEA, Mrs. Christel Fiorina, Chair of Sea Road Steering Committee, Mr. Niels Andersen, who is General Manager of the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium, and at the end of the press conference, there will be some space for the questions of the journalists. After the end of the press conference, it is my pleasure to announce that the live promotion tour will be opened by Mrs. Markéta Vaňková. Now I would like to hand over to Mr. Jan Sechter. Hello, Mr. Jan Sechter.
Morning. Já si mám stoupnout kam? Aha. Já se omlouvám, mě to neřekli.
Fine.
OK, mě řekli, že mám u stolečku být. Dear colleagues, Sea Roads platform friends and Sea Roads platform members, Car-to-Car Communication Consortium members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our cooperative city Brno. Sea Roads Czech Republic allow drivers to reach safely their destination, as well as really wish to change long-held stereotype that road transport is almost from 19th century impossible to be significantly improved. Sea Roads Czech Republic project is more than just an implementation of cooperative intelligent transport system technologies onto European roads and motorways, introduction of intelligent transport system in urban areas, public transport on the railway level crossing. For the first time, we managed to establish a bridge of cooperation among experts from public, private and academic sector at national level and among our European partners on such a scale. Yesterday I informed about a Sea Roads project in EU Council of Ministers for Transport in Luxembourg. Sea Roads Czech Republic project, which is a part of Sea Roads platform, intends to create an operational and harmonized system for cross-border provision of CITS services, which means fast transmission, or in real time, fast transmission of reliable safety-related messages. Currently existing solutions, which is now available on the market, was tested in real road traffic conditions and reliable service, which will have a positive impact on road safety. Cooperative system can support all transport modes: railway, civil aviation, water inland transport, not just passenger car today. Close cooperation among all involved actors has been a key factor for enormous success of Sea Roads. Now we believe that we eliminated the initial skepticism and contributed to make drivers travel more convenient and safer for the future. Sea Roads project was the first but the most important step in creation of digital layer of transport infrastructure. Such digital infrastructure will greatly support connected, cooperative and automated vehicles and all other road users, including vulnerable persons. Thank you for your attention and have a nice day in Brno.
Thank you, Mr. Sechter. Mr. Matthew Baldwin, Deputy Director General of DG Move.
Good morning, everybody, and delighted to be with you. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Brno, but I'm delighted to join the celebrations today, celebrating the reality, as you put it very well, of CITS. It's worth thinking back to all the research and innovation that's taken place over the last 2 decades, all the efforts of the C Roads platform community. And I really think it is a community, and I pay tribute to that community today for all the amazing work that's been done in the Czech Republic, in the rest of the EU, outside the EU. We're now seeing the fruits of the first deployment. It's amazing to think that we already have 500,000 new cars on the roads in the European Union equipped with ITS. Every new Volkswagen Golf, every new Volkswagen ID3 and ID4 car is equipped as standard, not as an extra, as standard with CITS. And if I may add, from my perspective as the EU's road safety coordinator, how pleased we are from a road safety perspective about this fundamental breakthrough, this forerunner to the automated vehicles of the future, by which vehicles are informing each other without any effort on the part of the driver, who's in full control of the car. These vehicles are informing each other. I want you to assume, just for one moment, that you're driving a truck on a busy road in the Czech Republic. You're on a familiar stretch of motorway. It's a sunny day, and maybe you're not so focused. You're thinking about the weekend. And around the corner, out of your sight, there's a minor traffic crash, which is causing a big slowdown, and the traffic is backing up. And you are not aware of that in normal circumstances. But with CITS, your truck will be informed before you are. You will be able to slow down. You will be able to avoid plowing into the back of that line of traffic with appalling consequences that we've seen over many years on motorways from these pile-up crashes. If you don't get that message, people on the roads will die. That's why we should be celebrating the start of this deployment. CITS is rolling. I'm proud that the European Union is the first region to deploy. As we move forward, if, for example, we could even get, I don't know, a 10% deployment in our car fleet by the end of this decade, that will start to be a very significant improvement in road safety. Congratulations to everyone today. The C Roads platform has a lot to be proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Mr. Dirk Beckers, welcome.
Thank you, and thanks as well for the invitation to this very nice and important event. ITS, and in particular cooperative ITS, are undoubtedly one important cornerstone for improving road safety, improving transport efficiency, and enhancing greener and smarter mobility. For this reason, the deployment of ITS service throughout Europe has been a priority for the European Commission for many years now. Since 2014, CEF, the program that we are managing, has provided an unprecedented amount of EU funding to ITS. More than 500 million have been allocated, matching investments of more than 1.3 billion euros. So, and then furthermore, more than 30% of this amount went to the development of cooperative ITS. So I think that we can all agree that CEF funding was one of the main enablers of the C Roads platform. The continuous financial support from the European Union and the cooperation that our agency, CINIA, did with member states, road operators, and other stakeholders led to very important achievements. I refer, for example, to the installation of 1,200 CITS stations in Europe, to the interoperability of CITS service across our continent, and to the enlargement of the C Roads platform from 8 to 18 member states, which I think is quite an important achievement. Therefore, as well as Director of CINIA, I'm very proud to say that the agency has coordinated and managed all C Road grant agreements from the beginning. We also hosted the plenary meetings of the C Roads platform. Now, this event today shows a number of important achievements of the C Roads platform, which are the results of the complex work of multiple actors. But we're only at the beginning of the deployment, and many challenges are still ahead of us. We need to cover much more kilometers of road with CITS services and to increase the availability of CITS services. Now, CINIA, the European Climate Infrastructure and Environmental Executive Agency, has a key role in supporting the European Green Deal, the roadmap for making the EU's economy sustainable and achievable climate neutrality by 2050. To this end, the CEF program will co-finance between now and 27 the construction and upgrade of vital infrastructure and encourage the rollout of smarter and safer solutions for transport. Investments in the area of CITS will certainly be part of this upgrade of the road transport sector, helping to propel it fully into the digital area. To this end, my agency and myself, Socinia, we are committed to further cooperate with and support the Sea Roads platform in the interest of road safety and to contribute to the Green Deal. The regulation of the new CEF program will be formally adopted very soon, and we would like to launch the first call for proposals in the autumn. So we can safely say that additional CEF funding will become available for ITS. I would like to thank the member states authorities and all stakeholders involved in the Sea Roads platform for their commitment, and we are looking forward in the agency to future cooperation to make European road networks connected, safer, greener and smarter. Many thanks.
Thank you for interesting words. And now Mrs. Crystal Fiorina, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. I'm very pleased as chair of the Sea Roads platform to open that Safe Roads today. And I want to thank the Czech authorities, even if I'm not in Brno today. I'm in Paris, in fact, unfortunately, but I will have the opportunity to visit Czech Republic in the next month, I think. I want to thank, first of all, the Czech authorities, Austriatech for the organization, and also the European Commission for that meeting. I strongly believe that the intelligent transport systems will transform road safety, reduce congestion, improve its environmental impact, and the economic efficiency of road transport. And by the way, CITS will achieve, in a way, the objective of the European Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. Develop digital solutions, digital tools to make transport safer, more efficient, and sustainable. The Sea Roads platform is a great project, not only for road operators, but also for the entire road innovation ecosystem. It gathers about 30 members, road operators, research, ministries, cities, the European Commission, companies. And together, we have been working for 10 years on the deployment of CITS in Europe. That is to say that it's a common European project. And I think it's very important because it's not only an ambitious project, but it's also in line with what smart mobility and CITS represents in Europe. First of all, a level of safety for road users, but also a level of competitiveness for the European economy, and at least a level of innovation in the territories, innovation for the companies, innovation for research, and also innovation for all the citizens in Europe. And from a philosophical point of view, I would say that we work also together on the backbone of our common values in Europe, based on freedom of movement. We need connected routes to develop the single market in Europe, that's a fact. And we need also to have sovereign technologies to connect our roads. And that is also the aim of the CITS project. Today, the Sea Roads platform, it's 20,000 kilometers of roads connected with ITS G5 terminals. It's also 100,000 kilometers of roads connected by cellular technologies. And at least it's also hours and hours cross-border testing. So the progress made is important and very strategic for Europe. We have been developing many use cases in order to improve security and safety. But we want now to go even further. For instance, by developing what I call the concept of service providing infrastructure, not only a road, but a road that produces services to the users, information on travel times, availability of parking spaces, alerts against hazards, or possibility to change the mode of transport from road to train, from road to public transport. So after the time of experimentation, the challenge now is to industrialize our processes. And the safe roads today will show and will present what has been done, but also what technologies are considered are mature and what is the ambition for us within the next years and for the CITS road network. So I wish you a nice visit. I wish you to have nice meetings and nice discussions during this day. And I hope to see you again physically this time within the next month. So congratulations to all of you. Have a good roadshow. Je vous souhaite une très très bonne journée.
Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to welcome here also Mr. Niels Peter Skoff Andersen. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm here from the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium. Already in 2002, the automotive industry formed this consortium to look into the possibility of using vehicle-to-vehicle communication to improve safety. Of course, at that point in time, it was only research, so we are very happy to see now that we are getting on the road with these things. What we have to remember is that in the past, and that is what we are changing now, the only contact between the vehicle and the road was the tire to the tarmac. Now we have a lot of other interactions, we exchange information, etc. For us in car-to-car, the C-roads has been a great opportunity to cooperate with road operators. You can imagine the situation before the C-roads was that if we wanted to cooperate with road operators, we had to go on a country by country, a city by city, to go and understand what are their use cases, what can they do, which is very, very difficult. So for us, this was a great opportunity to work with the road operators, because the goal, of course, for the automotive industry is to have one Europe, one market, the same solution for all of Europe. If we have to do dedicated solutions on a per country basis, or perhaps even on a per city or per region basis, this is not going to happen. It's too costly, not just in the implementation, but really in testing, because we have to understand that it's very important that the systems are reliable, because we need to get the trust of the end customer on these systems. The last comment I would do here is to say we have to think of this as digitizing transport. So the CITS is really digitizing transport. So I always try to explain to my friends, what is CITS? What are you doing, Niels? What are you doing in this project? Yes, I'm trying to make the car digital visible. Everybody knows that there's headlight and taillight on a car. What we are doing in the first instance is basically to make the car electronic visible. The same is what the road operators are doing. They are making the road signs, the traffic lights, all the information you normally would expect the driver to see, make that digital visible. So this is the process. We are basically digitizing transport. So for us, C-roads have been a great opportunity to truly enable the C in CITS, meaning cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andersen. Right now we've got the first question, which might seem quite tricky for the very beginning. I would like to ask Mr. Matthew Baldwin. 2 years ago, the delegated act on CITC failed. So is there really something to celebrate at all?
Oh, there's a lot to celebrate. Thanks for the question. And in fact, it might surprise you, but we in the European Union don't celebrate legislation as such. We celebrate the results, and that's what we're celebrating today. The goal was always deployment of CITS, and that's happening. So I think our goal is being achieved. It's great news, as I said earlier, for road safety. That's why I'm popping my own champagne corks here this morning. It's also good, as the other speakers have said, for traffic efficiency, for the single market, and for enabling higher levels of automation later on. I think we'll see this only take its full weight as the whole system starts to evolve towards a fundamentally different, a much more sustainable transport system. And lastly, if I may, wave a little, I don't have it in my hand, but a little European flag. A bit as Crystal has already said, this is about Europe taking the lead. It's great for our economy. It's great for recovery as we start to come out of these terrible COVID times. But the important thing about the celebration, as someone said to me earlier this week, is you celebrate something because you want more of it. And so I don't think today is the day for saying, right, that's over, CITS, we've done it, we've dusted it. We shouldn't rest on our laurels. We want to do more. So let today's conference be the kickstart to really see CITS deployment roll out across Europe and the rest of the world.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Let's celebrate. Before that, I would like to ask Mr. Dirk Beckers, what is the future perspective concerning funding of CITC deployment across the Europe?
Okay, thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my introduction, the importance, one of the important financing means for CITS is CEF2. And so we're at the moment looking forward at the final adoption of the CEF2 program, which is the regulation is at the stage of final adoption, and we're waiting for the formal voting of the Council and the European Parliament in plenary. But what is for sure is that we can definitely anticipate that the program will focus on connected, sustainable and safe mobility, which means, of course, that ITS and digitalization are among the top priorities of the program. And then furthermore, I would say that part of the almost 26 billion euros that will be allocated, that is allocated to transport, a big part will be dedicated to what we call the soft infrastructure, which includes ITS. And then we should not forget as well, we have the research program. So in Horizon Europe, in the framework of this program for the coming 2 years already, there is almost 400 million euros foreseen, where CITS is expected to contribute to more efficient operations, transport operations, and to accelerate the deployment of shared mobility services and road automation, which I think is an important aspect that we should not forget. So I do think that we definitely have the means to continue, and I would dare to say, even increase our support to the deployment of CITS in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. For another answer, we have to go to Paris, to Crystal, because I have a question. What are the benefits for normal people? What would you say that who can take advantage from it, who has no driver license?
Your microphone is off, Crystal.
Sorry.
No, it's solved. Thank you.
I think that the major advantage for people who don't have any drive license is that the road will be more safety. And as you know, or maybe not, at first the CITS use cases were focused on the interurban roads, but now the use cases becoming more and more urban. And we are going to work on the vulnerable users in order to help a driver to detect them. It can be a rider, a cyclist, or people walking in the street. So I think for everyone, the aim of the project is also to make the road more safe, not only for the drivers, but for all the vulnerable users. And secondly, I think that it contributes to the common interest. It contributes because we are currently working on the reduction of the environmental impact, of transport. And as you know, it's an important part of the Green Deal, as it was said. And it's also a question of reducing the pollutions, reducing the congestion. So help the cities to have a traffic more sustainable, and help the cities to have a traffic more fluent. So I think on that point of view, it will contribute to the world citizens, not only to people that are driving cars.
Thank you very much. Mr. Niels Andersen, I have another question for you. The first OEM group is committed to deploy CITC services. Do you see other car makers following you?
Yes, we have other groups of car manufacturers who are members, who have been deeply involved also in the testing with C-Roads. As you know, one problem, even though I would like here to announce others, is that the automotive industry is very competitive. So car manufacturers normally prefer first to reveal the details of the car when they remove the seat of the new car at the automotive exhibition. But I can assure you, we have members who have tested very closely with C-Roads, and they are very close to be ready as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Crystal Fiorina, another question for you. Today, a strong commitment from member states and first European cities is seen. So what is your perspective in getting additional cities and regions joining the C-Roads initiative?
Well, I think that we are currently opening a second period for CITS projects. As I said, the first phase was mainly focused on interurban roads, but now we are developing what I call, it's a concept, but the so-called service providing infrastructure. We want to provide not only services based on safety, but also services based on multimodality, interoperability of different modes of transport. So at least more urban services. That is to say that I think in the second phase of CITS, we need to have a most stronger involvement of cities and regions that are currently managing urban roads. If I take the example of France, we are currently working with regions and metropoles in Indeed project in France, and our aim now within the 6 months is to involve a lot of metropole in the project. We have Paris, Marseille, Bordeaux, which are big cities, but we want also to have cities, metropoles that are not so huge. The common metropoles in France, such as maybe Rennes, Nantes, to get involved in the project. So that is why we are going to make a consultation with that metropoles, with the regions, in order to explain what is CITS, what are the services that can be provided by CITS in urban cities, and at least what is the objectives and the interest from metropoles and regions to get involved.
Thank you. Right now, I've got a question. When implementing CITC services, will that help making our roads smarter in future, even might reduce traffic? So is there anyone who wants to answer this part? For example, Mr. Beckers, if we can ask you this question.
I think it will, and I think Matthew Baldwin would probably.
I'm happy to.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
Thank you. I think as Dirk highlighted already in his answer, and so he doesn't have to repeat himself, We very much believe in the continued funding of smart infrastructure to link back to that issue. We need to invest in the digitalization of road infrastructure. And of course, that includes cooperative ITS centrally. And if we can get this smart infrastructure cooperating with vehicles, it's a win-win. The vehicles have got better information, they can plan better, drive safer. And of course, then the infrastructure itself has the richer data available for things like better predictive maintenance. That would save us a lot of money and also improve the efficiency of traffic flows within the system. So I think that's the connection I would draw in this respect.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Dirk Beckers still. Up to now, almost 400 million of euros have been invested in CITC. Would you say, has this been well invested money?
I definitely think so, because in fact, as you said, there was 400 million been invested, but this represents from the Commission side financial contribution of 190 million. And of course, before we allocate money, we make sure that that we have in principle value for money. And as you know, it's well known that CITS has a positive impact on the road safety and on the efficiency of transport, with what Matthew was just saying as well. So furthermore, CEF is also supported the development of the CITS technology, harmonized at EU level, which is now ready, and we see that here today as well. It's ready for large-scale deployment. So it is my strong belief that these funds were well-invested money, which will bring benefits to the EU citizens. And the things that Matthew just mentioned, like road automation and more efficient transport operations, are surely a positive effect of the money that has been invested. So for me, it's clear this money has been well invested, and this is surely a road that the Commission will continue to follow with financing in future.
Thank you. Another question pop up right now, a few seconds ago. You, Jan Sechter, who was here before, you are well informed about the question which is right now prepared for you. Motorways and first cities are equipped with CITC infrastructure in Czech Republic. What would you say, what are the next steps? What are your plans? Share with us.
This is a small part of prognostic, but in not a very far distance future, vehicles as well transport users, all participants of transport infrastructure and transport infrastructure will be able to communicate with each other. And finally, speak the same language, to be integrated and to be interoperable among our all European partners. This is my vision that will be, thanks Sea Roads project, probably in later in 10 years reality.
I like what you said, because C stands for cooperation. So I'm glad you said that. So thank you for interesting questions and answers. Like I said, now the Live promotion tour will be opened by Mrs. Markéta Vaňková. It's great. It's our pleasure to have her here. And after a short break, we are going to approach an opening session, which I'm very looking forward to. And it's going to start at 10:30. So enjoy your break and see you in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Hello. Hello, Mrs. Vaňková. I'm glad that you are here. So yes, I am handing the word over to you. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everybody in Brno, although only virtually. So Brno is the city of research, innovation and science, and I'm glad to say that it is a city where smart things are being implemented and are not only visions. I'm very grateful to you that you've selected City of Brno for the venue of this conference. I would like to thank all those who participated in the pilot project in the Czech Republic, coordinated by the Ministry of Transport. And I would like to thank our city companies, Brno, and of course to our rescue system, fire brigade. I believe that today's conference will be a great contribution to you because the information that exists among yourselves need to be shared, and we must make sure that further development is possible. What I would like to invite you to do, not to be only speaking theoretically, is our promotional tour, which is intended to show to you how these things are being implemented. I firmly believe that you will like the guided tour and that at the end of it we can summarize what was interesting. Enjoy the stay here in Brno and hopefully do come here again
I
in
agree with
person
that.
because
Thank you, Mrs.
the
Vaňková,
place is
Mayor of
beautiful.
Brno. It's again pleasure to have you here. So the live promotion tour has been open. Thank to you. Like I said, after short break, we are going to approach an opening session, which starts at 10:30. Enjoy your break.
CITS systems and services, or cooperative systems, allow the exchange of data through wireless technologies between vehicles or between vehicles and infrastructure. With CITS systems developments and implementations, European road infrastructure managers can share information with their users to better coordinate traffic management and journeys. Member states and road operators from 18 European countries have joined their forces to make Europe's road network safer. To achieve this common goal, in 2016 the C-Roads platform was launched. Experts from different national pilots have been working together on the deployment of harmonised and interoperable CITS services in Europe, which includes 43 European cities. The key foundations for all national pilot deployments are the joint developments of technical specifications and cross-site tests to demonstrate the interoperability of the deployed CITS services. The overall objective is to improve the TENS network with the necessary technological components to ensure the continuity of a set of commonly agreed services between member states, increasing the efficiency of traffic management and improving road safety. This implies supplying or upgrading the relevant road network with innovative technologies that allow road operators' infrastructure and vehicles to interact and exchange information using both ITS G5 and mobile network technologies via the hybrid communication approach. Some sections of the European road network have been equipped with the necessary high-quality, safety-compliant hardware to enable the V2X communication. At the same time, cloud solutions have been developed for the existing mobile network to ensure continuity of the services and cross-border interoperability. After 4 years of hard work and close cooperation between vehicle manufacturers and road operators, these services have now been tested and are available to European users. In the coming years, the focus will be on extending the coverage of these services over more kilometres of the European road network and adding new services and quality improvements. The transport sector is facing profound changes both in Europe and in other parts of the world. Across Europe, road operators are more than ready to meet this challenge. Indeed, they're meeting it and laying out the benefits road users can expect. A new era of road intelligence is underway, destined to make Europe's roads safer.
To make roads safe, that is the main goal. As we could see in the video, and as I've said before, CITS has become reality in Europe. It has made a big step from vision to reality. Research and development activities of the last 15 to 20 years all across the Europe result in real operative CITS services. Now I would like to hand over to the Czech Transport Minister, Havlíček.
Dear esteemed colleagues, C-Roads platform and car-to-car communication consortium members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brno, the city which is at the forefront in implementing and using cooperative intelligent transport systems, CITS, in real life. Today it's a pleasure for me to open the virtual event Safe Roads Today devoted to the coordinated and harmonized deployment of cooperative intelligent transport systems for interoperable cross-border services in Europe. Today's event brings attention to one significant issue, which is how important it is to receive at the right time the reliable information about traffic situation ahead. Drivers can be early prepared to make decisions how safely handle traffic incidents or hazardous situations. This is very important for making traffic safer and more efficient. Traffic accidents represent a major social issue for European countries, including the Czech Republic. For instance, tens of road accidents in construction or maintenance zones occur yearly where Czech workers are directly endangered and injured. We do not need to give attention only to the road traffic. The majority of rail crossing accidents are caused by car drivers due to unauthorized entry of road vehicle onto a level crossing when visual and acoustic warnings were being given. These very accidents could be prevented by introducing supporting cooperative warning systems, informing car drivers in real time through in-vehicle signage about traffic incidents or hazardous situations. Particularly, they are useful when visibility is poor. Let us ask the question, how long does it take you to respond quickly in driving under the bad weather conditions? Cooperative systems have also another dimension. This is not the very distant future where vehicles as well as transport users and transport infrastructure will be able to communicate with each other and finally speak the same language. This is a vision becomes a reality thanks to the C-Roads platform-based coordination approach. C-Roads is a small piece of a bigger puzzle that will progressively facilitate the communication with fully automated vehicles and allow them to know everything important about each other. A big success takes years from ideas through piloting and evaluation until the deployment phase. The C-Roads platform has provided a very positive example of successful cooperation among the European Union member states, as well as with the European Commission and with the European industry and academia. I would like to thank all C-Roads platform stakeholders for their cooperation. You are able to demonstrate today to the rest of the world how far European cooperative intelligent transport services have advanced. I'm really pleased that the Czech Republic was one of the initiators and founders of European C-Roads platform. The Czech Republic took full advantage of the opportunities offered by the platform. The C-Roads Czech Republic project, co-financed by the European Union, enables cars to communicate with each other, including emergency and public transport vehicles, such as buses or trams, as well as to ensure secure data exchange between vehicles and devices on transport infrastructure in the light of cross-border harmonization and interoperability. It's specific for the C-Roads Czech Republic project that it does not target only on motorway, but also on cities, public transport, and railway level crossings. The cities of Brno, Ostrava, and Pilsen are among the first European cities where CITS have been fully implemented. In the same way, first trams and first railway level crossing signaling systems in Europe were equipped with CITS technology as part of the Czech C-Roads pilot. System designed through C-Roads has been properly tested in real driving conditions for more than a year with dozens of testers, volunteers from public. The overall feedback was very positive. From projects like C-Roads, the Ministry of Transport of the Czech Republic receives valuable feedback and knowledge base for future CITS deployment. I encourage you to take the opportunity to visit virtual exhibition stands on which you can easily see results of individual C-Roads projects. also. Please do not miss the virtual live promotion tour to experience the reality of harmonized European cross-border CITS services deployed in the city of Brno. The entire conference is taking place on a digital platform. Therefore, I hope you will have the opportunity to come to Brno in person and experience CITS yourself in the near future. I'm sure that this conference and the next few hours will be useful, enjoyable, and fruitful for all of you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your words, Mr. Havlicek. And now Mr. Christian Hedberg, who is the head of Unit Sustainable and Intelligent Transport, will take over from here.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. And many thanks for inviting the European Commission to this timely and interesting event. Let me first convey the best wishes from Commissioner Vălean, who very much regrets not to be able to attend today. From the Commission side, we are very pleased to be part of the Sea Roads Roadshow. The journey started back in 2016 with the publication of the strategy for cooperative intelligent transport systems and created the Sea Roads platform. The target was simple enough: to make EU-wide deployment of harmonized CITS services a reality. Since then, the process has united 18 member states and attracted followers from across the globe, launching 29 deployment projects, investing more than 350 million euros, aligning harmonization activities from both infrastructure and vehicle stakeholders, deploying thousands of roadside units, covering thousands of kilometers of the road network, and putting hundreds of thousands of CITS-equipped vehicles on our roads. A single trust domain for CITS was implemented, creating trust between vehicles and road users, as well as with EU-wide infrastructure. And today, we are seeing CITS in action. Today, we mark the start of a new era in road safety. We move away from passive and active safety to cooperative safety. This is a very important milestone. The potential of CITS for road safety was never in doubt, but its effectiveness depends on a joint vision, on cooperation between all vehicles and cooperation with the infrastructure. In other words, everybody needs to be on board in large numbers. This will provide a much needed boost to bring us back on track with our road safety targets and the Vision Zero. The EU has a relatively good record in this regard, but we cannot rest on our laurels and accept that fatalities have been stabilizing around the 25,000 mark in recent years. We are convinced that CITS brings us a new tool to drive this number further down. We need to continue investing and making sure that we have the right infrastructure in place for the digital revolution, infrastructure that allows us to share data in real time. We need more CITS, we need even more advanced traffic management centers, and we need more intelligent transport systems. Our Connecting Europe facility has been supporting the deployment of ITS corridors for many years and is currently funding 49 ITS actions. CEF2, together with a revised TEN-T regulation, will set the bar even higher for innovative and smart infrastructure, and we look very much forward to seeing the results. With the support from the JRC, the Commission's Joint Research Centre, we will also continue evolving and maintaining the security policy and the single trust domain for CITS, creating trust between vehicles and road users, as well as with EU-wide infrastructure. We need to continue involving new stakeholders, including new vehicle types, developing and harmonizing ever more CITS services. This will allow us to increase the benefits of CITS at marginal cost. We will, in parallel, also invest in 5G corridors. We will use all technologies with a potential to make transport smarter. 5G offers distinct advantages and is very much complementary with the CITS deployment, which we are celebrating here today. In fact, the challenges we face there are the same. We need to define and harmonize services to ensure continuity. We need to work on interoperability. We need trust among transport users as they cross Europe. The development of more advanced CITS services, the integration of highly connected vehicles in an ever more digitalized transport infrastructure, and the road towards higher levels of automation are part of a new partnership on cooperative, connected and automated mobility, which we typically refer to as CCAM. Maintaining close links between this partnership, other partnerships under Horizon Europe, and the C-Roads platform is thus crucial. We have always had a strong interest in the role of innovation, technology and digital solutions in solving global challenges. The potential of CCAM in this sense is very exciting. We're particularly thinking of climate change. The EU has responded to the European Green Deal with a European Green Deal and its ambitious objective of transforming Europe into a carbon neutral continent by 2050, the first carbon neutral continent by 2050. The transport and mobility sector can make, in fact, needs to make a huge contribution by rethinking how it moves people and freight around. The sustainable and smart mobility strategy of the European Commission, which came out at the end of last year, sets out how we are approaching this rethink through a simultaneous green and digital transformation of the mobility sector. One result will be both passengers and freight using a combination of the most efficient transport modes to complete the journey. Disruptive trends such as digitalization, automation, the shared collaborative economy, and platforms will all help make this happen with clear benefits for emissions reductions. We're excited about how CCAM will fit into the new landscape and what it can do to increase safety, as well as make sustainable and multimodal mobility a reality. Connected and automated systems can fundamentally improve the functioning of the whole transport system and continue to contribute to sustainability, competitiveness, and safety goals. Finally, to make this digital dream come true, there is one thing that we need above all, and the minister made a reference to it as well. This is data. Availability and quality of data both improving, but we have a long way to go. We're currently updating our regulatory framework so that we can make most out of the data. We are drafting proposals for revising the Intelligent Transport Systems Directive, the framework directive in this area, as well as updating the delegated regulations on real-time traffic information and on multimodal travel information services. We're also working on a stronger coordination mechanism for the national access points established under the ITS directive, which will help us build a common European mobility data space. Key to a modern digital transport system, this data space will gather all existing transport and mobility data, organized in such a way that they can be easily found, can be easily reused, including for analysis and the development of services. Ladies and gentlemen, in short, CITS deployment is good for road safety. It is good for all road users, including vulnerable road users. It is also good for transport efficiency. It prepares for a more inclusive transport system, bringing door-to-door mobility to shared and public transport. That is the vision that we are working on very hard, together with relevant stakeholders such as yourselves. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very inspiring and interesting conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hedberg. I like the expression digital dream came true. I feel it appears to me that CITS is something like that, really. Now I would like to hand over to Mrs. Crystal Fiorina, Chair of the C-Road Steering Committee, who will talk about status of CITS service implementation in Europe. Welcome again. Okay, due to some technical issues, we are not able to connect with Mrs. Crystal Fiorina. Let's now see let's hear some more words about the purpose of the car-to-car communication consortium and what are the key elements towards successful deployment of CITS. I would like to hand over to Mr. Niels Andersen. Oh, hello, Mr. Niels Andersen.
Yeah,
We had some technical issues,
it
sorry.
got silent on my side, so let me see what I can do. I hope you can see some slide here and that you can hear me. You caught me a little off guard. Sorry for that. So I would like to tell you a little about car-to-car communication consortium and our view on CITS. So let me first. So what is the purpose of our consortium? We were founded in 2002 by European vehicle manufacturers. The purpose was basically for these key players to drive CITS development in this very early phase where everything was just starting as research. And the long-term goal of that is basically to use CITS to assist and achieve the zero vision at the earliest possible date. So with zero vision, the hope is that we should have no fatalities in transport at some point in the future. So our focus have clearly been on what I would call the tactical element. So basically the things in the close environment to the vehicle. As the name of the consortium might reveal, originally we were set out primarily to focus on vehicle-to-vehicle communication, but of course when work started it quickly became clear that there are other participants in the traffic than the vehicles, and therefore we are really focusing on the vehicle-to-everything communication. Also, it was clear from the start that this had to be standards. It has to be standardized because we need interoperability with all stakeholders. We also need to have a well-defined description of everything. That's the only way we can have a seamless evolution of the cooperative systems to start with simple service and move all the way towards fully automated driving long term. Also, it's very clear that the services should span all types of vehicles or across borders and of course across brands. To do that, of course, as a consortium in the industry, we need to cooperate with the more formal standardization organizations such as ETSI, Sensenelec, IEEE, and ISO, and others. So this was the starting point, what seems very long time ago, but when you start out with initial research, it requires some time. In the meantime, the consortium have developed into a role where we see ourselves as a key player in preparing for realistic CITS deployment strategies, and also looking into the next phases towards the cooperative automated driving. And of course, a very important part of that is that, yes, there is standards, but as somebody might have said, the devil is in the detail. You really need to look at all the small details, ensure that we also have interoperability on that, and therefore we are working on profiling of standards. So with this set up, it's of course very clear that C and CITS means cooperative. The consortium started out from the automotive sectors. In those days, basically the only contact between the vehicle and the road is the tire to the tarmac. But when we want to do this, we need to cooperate with the road operators. And therefore, when C-Roads was started, we saw this as a great opportunity to work very closely with C-Roads. We offered them our initial work on profiling, so they could see how we had done that and could use that as an inspiration when they started their work. We signed an cooperation of an agreement with the C-Roads platform 4 years ago. And it's important to say here that quite often you have these kind of cooperation agreements. You meet at events like this, shake hands, etc. However, this cooperation agreement we have taken much further. It means that we have had very detailed regular technical meetings where we go through the different scenarios, try to get an understanding on what is the understanding of the road operator, what is the information the road operator can provide. On the other hand, we from our side have been providing information saying what is useful information within the vehicle, what is the requirement from the vehicle to the freshness and the quality of the data provided before it can be used. And very important in this work is also that we have tried to look not only at the day one services, those services you probably would see throughout the exhibition, but trying to keep in mind that this is a long-term investment, both for the automotive industry, but especially also for the road operator. So when you invest here for the day one service, the investment should be long-term valid, so it basically can be used also in the future where we have automated, more and more automated driving on the roads. So the key elements towards the successful deployment of CITS, seen from our side, is engage with all the stakeholders about the ideas, try to align the expectations, look at the solutions, see how we can cooperate on that, try to ensure interoperability across borders, road operators, and the brands of vehicles and equipment manufacturers. This is very important. The interoperability is key here. Without the interoperability, yes, you can do a lot of nice solutions, but if it only works for one brand of vehicle and not for another one, then it is not having or providing the full potential of the technology. So it might have sound like we have done a lot of paperwork. Yes, we have done a lot of paperwork, but we have also done a lot of practical testing together with the partners of the C-Roads in interoperability testing with deployment projects. And the good news here is, yes, it's not only paper, it's not only, let's say, pilots and testing. Actually, since 2019, there have been vehicles sold to end customers as standard products with this on board. The Volkswagen Golf 8 was the first one. It is standard equipment within those vehicles and other vehicles which have followed the Golf 8. This is not an option you have to choose. I think the automotive sector is looking at this. You don't choose whether you want seatbelts in your car. Of course, you should also have this great new safety technology in the vehicle as a default. Now, perhaps very much in this event, we are talking about what is being deployed at the moment, but we are already in the Car-to-Car consortium. We are already looking at the next phases, what comes beyond. We have a roadmap all the way towards what we would say accident-free, fully automated driving. So just to put this a bit in perspective, I think we can say that there is the need for communication to the vehicles in the future. There is the need for tactical information. So typically I would say this is digitizing the information which the driver perhaps today can see out the window. So imagine in the future when you have a fully automated car, what you need to provide of information into the car is the information that the driver have today through the systems. So it's kind of painting all the windows in the vehicle black, and then say, what do you need to tell the driver or the intelligent automated driving machine inside the car in order that it can perform the same activity as if they could look out the windows. So that's typically in the tactical information. So this is requiring very up-to-date data and very low latency. Then we have what we would call strategical information. That is what happens down the road. Is there a queue? Should you take the exit, etc. And then, of course, there's always need for infotainment. You need to keep the kids in the rear seats occupied, or in the future when we have fully automated driving, you might want to read the news, etc. So in Car-to-Car, we have focused on primarily on the first part. We have this very confusing figure of all the stakeholders. I think the important thing here is to note that it's confusing, which basically means there's a lot of actors involved here, and therefore we need really the standards. So where do we really place all this into an active safety environment? Again, we have a figure here, which I would say there's a red line here, and this is the red line we hope not to pass, because this is where we have the accident. So on the right side of them, we have the passive safety systems. So that is why you have seatbelts, airbags, etc. There, of course, we can use, if the accident happens, of course, we can use services, e-call, etc. to call for help. However, what we are interested in is really the left side here, the preventive and active safety. So we basically want to avoid the accident. So up front, we basically want to prepare people long term, perhaps avoid that they even end up in a queue, etc. Then we have a phase where we want to provide warning because there might be imminent actions. That is basically where we are working with CITS in the day one services. And then what we expect in the upcoming phases is really the active intervention. So basically, based on the information, and I have to stress here clearly, it is not CITS alone which makes the car do an active intervention, but it's basically a fusion with the information provided over CITS with the onboard sensors, etc. For that, of course, we need some communication. Cellular networks are available, but of course, you cannot always trust it's always there. But it's very good to provide information far away from or at longer distance, where else the short-range communication provides the capability of providing the information when you are very close. I won't go much into the details. I think the presentation here is uploaded somewhere under the conference, so you can go in detail. But here I just put in some of the use case examples we have in for the day one, where we have this kind of awareness driving. So it's basically that the vehicles and the participant provides the information about themselves. So as you can see here, we have the blue car, which tells that it's driving here, and it means that even though it's hidden, it's still visible. So you can say that what CITS, one of the virtues of CITS compared to traditional ADAS system, radars, cameras, lidars, etc., is that they can look ahead in some angle, whereas with CITS, it enables us to look around corners. So basically, it provides a digital representation of the vehicle. So where we, in the old analog world, we had headlights and taillights to tell you where there is a vehicle. Then in the digital world, we use CITS to tell where the vehicle is. Similar, of course, the road infrastructure can provide information about situation it has. So traditional was the accident, but I think one of the very important use cases here in the early phase is roadworks warnings. Now here it's shown in the city, but we know that on motorways, these roadworks trailers which protect the roadwork, they have a very limited lifetime. I was very surprised when I heard it the first time that in some countries the lifetime is less than 3 years. So basically means that a third of all those trailers are involved in an accident every year. These are accidents which we hopefully can avoid by providing information inside the vehicle to wake the driver up, saying there is a roadworks, you should slow down, etc. All that said, I think there's no need to go in detailed with the rest, but of course, another evident case is there's a traffic jam. So by knowing in advance, you can avoid the hard braking and thereby reduce significantly the risk that the car behind you also hit you, even in the case that that's an old car which is not yet equipped. So I just would like to end and say CITS means cooperation, and therefore we have published all of our detailed documentation for it. It's available on our webpage, and that can be found. There's some links in the presentation. So I hope I stayed within the time frame. Should you have any questions, then I would be available for also at the end of the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Now is the time for Mr. Dirk Beckers to tell us more about CEF support to the deployment of CITC in Europe. Because, as I have said before, at the very beginning, CITS is ready.
Okay, thank you. There is my presentation. So thanks for the invitation and for this important event and for the opportunity to present the support of the European Commission, the agency CENIA, and in particular from the CEF program to the development of cooperative CITS in the EU. Next slide, please. So what I will do is to provide you with some information regarding the scope and the objectives of the newly developed CINIA, the agency, which is the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, and how we are supporting the implementation of CITS in Europe. I will as well give you some overview of what has been achieved so far by INEA, which was a predecessor of the agency of CINIA, and the plans for the future further support to CITS via CEF2. Next slide, please. So since 2014, the Innovation and Networks Executive Agency was the main entity of the Commission to manage the 7 Horizon 2020 transport portfolios, which are the two main funding mechanisms that support actions and projects related to the development of ITS and CITS. Now in April this year then, the INEA became the new Climate, Infrastructure and Environmental Executive Agency, which on top of what we were already managing, has now the responsibility as well of funding programs in the areas of climate, environment and maritime, such as the LIFE program and the innovation program. Next slide. So what does it mean? This means that the new role makes CINIA one of the main actors for the implementation of the European Green Deal, which is, as you know, the Commission's roadmap aiming to make the EU climate neutral by 2050. The Green Deal is about promoting the efficient use of resources by moving to a clean circular economy, lowering pollution and mobilizing research and innovation. Now, our main task of the agency in the years to come will be to implement the projects selected in these Green Deal related areas. Next slide, please. What does it mean in practice? This will mean that these selected Green Deal related projects they will get the EU funds they need and at the time they need and with the amounts that are spent efficiently and according to the rules. So we are therefore ensuring that stakeholders know about the programs we manage. The more projects apply to a given call, of course, the easier it is for us to select out of these the best projects and to ensure the best use of the available funds. We will, of course, support stakeholders and beneficiaries in the implementation of the program. We are there to help our beneficiaries when they have difficulties, and of course we give as well feedback to the EU so that they can adapt the policy accordingly. And then the wide dissemination of the project's results is also important. It's not only about raising awareness to the public, but also investigation of possible synergies between the projects of the different programs that we are managing. Our management of the different C-Road actions and our support to the C-Roads platform is a typical example of these different types of activities. Next slide, please. So here you have an overview of the funding programs that CINIA is responsible for. I'm not going to go in detail, that's not the subject of today, but you can see that our portfolio has a clear focus on green and sustainable development. The new CEF, the new Connecting Europe Facility, CEF2, and the new Horizon Europe funding mechanism continue to be the two main programs for the development and deployment of ITS and CITS technologies and services. Next slide, please. It was already mentioned before by the representative of the Commissioner, but within CEF under the period 2014-2020, we have dedicated more than 500 million euros of CEF funding to ITS through 54 actions, which led to more than 1.2 billion of total investment for ITS. Out of these, 31 actions are dealing with CITS development, with 190 million euros of CEF funding, which concluded up to 307, so almost 400 million of total CITS investment. Some of the actions, like is being presented today, will be finalized already this year, while others will continue up to 2023. And in fact, it's the first time that such a high amount of EU funding is dedicated to ITS, which clearly shows the growing interest of the Union, but also of individual member states in investing in ITS. And of course, this shows the more that we invest means as well that it shows the growing maturity of the CITS technology, now ready for the large-scale deployment. Next slide, please. As you can see, or as you all know, the C-Roads platform is a clear example of the learning by doing mechanism, which is part of the strategy adopted by the European Commission to deploy ITS in the EU. In this regard, the role of CINIA is essential because we give feedback to the Commission, to DG Move, based on the results of the sea roads platforms and pilots. I believe we can all be proud of this virtuous circle in which the EU provides legal certainty and the Commission, together with member states and the industry, cooperate to agree on the main principle, and then CEF as a program supports the deployment of CITS. The sea roads pilots then provide useful results to ensure EU-wide interoperability. Next slide, please. Now, previously, INEA and now CINEA continuously support the Sea Roads Platform initiative by awarding EU funding to the best proposals in the field of CITS. So far, we have 24 road actions. Through these actions, more than 168 million of CEF funding is allocated to the CITS development and pilot implementation, leading to more than 328 million, not billion, as you can see. That would be a bit too much, but it should be million of total investment for CITS in 18 countries, 16 member states plus UK and Norway. Next slide, please. Now, the fruitful cooperation, as you can see here, between the agency and the members of the Sea Roads platform started in December 2016, when we launched the Sea Roads platform together with Commissioner Bulc. At that time, the platform included already 8 member states, and we agreed on one thing, that we would work together and would make sure that CITS would be deployed in the European roads. Less than 1 year later, which is the next picture, the picture to the right of it, we met again in Tallinn to enlarge the platform to 8 additional members. Next slide, please. Then finally, I should say, we met, and I was there as well, in Eindhoven in 2019, where we signed 8 more grant agreements and 2 additional member states joined the platform. Since its launch, the agency is fully supporting the Sea Roads platform, not only by the everyday management of the grant agreements, but we do follow as well the tasks and the activities of the platform. For example, we monitor the technical progress in each member state to make sure as well that everything is well coordinated. And furthermore, we participate in the steering committee meetings of the platform, which are hosted in our premises in Brussels. Today, we can see now, and we see it today as well in Brno, that our vision of 2016 is becoming a reality, as we are having real life CITS services really operational now on the European road network. We have already more than 1,200 CITS stations installed in 12 states, and CITS services are gradually becoming available to road users. Now, as far as the agency is concerned, we will continue the successful cooperation with the platform through the implementation of the existing actions, as well as through new projects that can be submitted for funding in the new programs. And with this, I conclude my presentation. I hope it was interesting. I would really thank you for your attention and hope you a nice day with today's conference. Thank you.
Beckers, it indeed was interesting. Now it's my pleasure to hand over to Mr. Martin Böhm, who is Sea Roads Platform Secretary General.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Before handing over to our chair, I would like to summarize a little bit the framework where Sea Roads works. We got a policy challenge with a CITS strategy. A challenge which said us where to go. There was money prepared, there were funds prepared, and we saw the car industry being as well prepared for CITS. And at the end, we have 18 European member states which are committed towards CITS deployments. They are not only committed, they worked hard for interoperability, for ensuring that CITS services work cross-border. This is exactly what you will hear afterwards from our chair, Christelle Fiorina. I don't know if she's already online. We have some connectivity problems.
We had some issues.
We solved them, and I'm happy now to have Christelle live with us.
Yes, Christelle, if you can hear us, I would like to hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I had technical problems from Paris to Brno, but I'm now in Czech Republic. No problem. It's the mystery of Europe. That first conference was very interesting. I would like to insist as a chair on the fact that the C-Roads platform is, first of all, a great and a common project, because we have about 30 partners on the platform, and we pursue the aim to interconnect the European network. That is very, very important, not only for safety, as I said before, but because also we have the objective to reduce the environmental impacts of road traffic, and also to pursue an economic and social objective for citizens and companies. Secondly, I would like to say that we have been working for 10 years on that great project, using use cases, experimentations, and now the technologies are mature. So I think that the challenge now is to industrialize our process, to develop digital tools on roads, to realize also the digital transformation of the road network, and also the digital transformation of our employees and our competencies. And that is also the objective of the European Commission, with the strategy for mobility and with also the strategy for digital. And that is to say that C-Roads, for me, the C-Roads platform, and that's why I'm very proud to be chair of that platform, is strategic for Europe on an economic point of view, but also because we have to reach the sovereignty and the digital sovereignty in a global world using European tools, and realizing that network with our own digital tools and our own European companies, in order to help people to have online services in vehicles and when using a road, but also to make safety and to make at least the innovation for our European territory. Thank you very much.
From France back to Brno, but not for a long time, because we are going to visit several virtual stands. We are going to learn more about C-Roads platform, car-to-car communication consortium, and also we are going to hear more about C-Roads in Spain and France again.
Dear participants, as chair of the C-Roads platform, I'm very pleased to welcome you to that Safe Road today. The C-Roads platform is a great project. It gathers 18 core members and 7 associated members. Together, we have been working for 5 years on the deployment of CITS in Europe. It's an ambitious project, in line with what smart mobility and CITS represents in Europe: a level of competitiveness for its economy, a level of innovation for its territories, for the companies and the citizens, a level of safety for road users. But CITS is also the backbone of our common values, based on freedom of movement. The progress made is important and strategic. And now we want to go even further. That's why, during that Safe Road today, we will present you what has been done, but also what is the ambition for the next years. So, I wish you a nice visit. I wish you nice meetings, and I hope to see you again, physically this time, next year. Have a good Safe Road today. Au revoir.
The aim of developing European standard for CITS. These standards are prerequisites for the necessary interoperability of cooperative systems to improve road safety and traffic efficiency. The consortium's roadmap is providing a clear path towards accident-free automated driving. By participating in the consortium, automotive and infrastructure companies together with road authorities are developing the basis for successful deployment of CITS. In 2019, the Golf 8 was the first commercially available vehicle supporting Car2X as a standard feature. This was based on the CITS work of the consortium, since additional models supporting the technologies have been introduced.
Everyone, greetings from Spain. C-Roads Spain is also present at the virtual exposition, so we invite you to visit our stand to explore the Spanish pilot details and to meet the actors involved. The Spanish pilot is made up of 5 different pilot sites, including interurban and urban areas. More than 12,000 kilometers of road network covered using hybrid communication technologies, including ITSG5 and cellular technologies. The main Spanish CITS actors participate in the pilot. 25 partners, including public authorities, road operators, technology and service providers, research centers, universities, and associations. Wishing the best for today's meeting, receive a cordial and warm greeting.
Dear attendees, my name is Brno, CITS Project Manager for APRR. On behalf of our company and Telecom Paris, I welcome you on the C-Roads France virtual stand. APRR is an Eiffage Group subsidiary operating some 2,300 kilometers of motorways and the French government concessions. Telecom Paris is one of the most famous French universities hosting a cybersecurity professorship co-handled by Huda Laviod. We invite you to discover on our stand our concrete achievements during the 5 years of this exciting project. An operational I2V and V2V platform on 90 kilometers of our highways, and Telecom Paris contributions on security. Thank you for visiting us.
If you want to learn more about deployments in your country, please visit the experts at those specific virtual stands. They are, as Martin Bamra right now is.
Thank you. But before visiting the virtual stands, I would like to summarize and to show you what is C-Roads about. What is the story we are speaking about? And for that, I would like to give you an overview about the status of CITS service implementation in Europe. I hope that the presentation will be online shortly, because at the end, what we are speaking about is collaboration. Collaboration of 18 European member states. And I had said that just before Christelle started. We started in 2016. In 2016, immediately after the publication of the European ITS strategy, 1 month later, we started with 8 countries. 8 countries committed in a starting point really to deploy services in a harmonized way. You can see here in the genesis, and I guess you have also seen similar pictures from Dirk Beckers. There had been huge procedures. There had been procedures of signing agreements, collaborative agreements, between member states on the one hand, the European Commission, and those times INEA, today CINEA, really committing to work together. And by working together, and I guess also this picture has been already seen, we started also a second phase, just a year later in 2017. In 2017, additional 8 member states joined. So we had been in total already 16 member states. And just having an overlook, almost the whole Europe is covered by C-Roads members. Because in 2019, additional 2 countries joined. And you can identify here as well, we have associated countries. Countries that are partly outside of Europe, that are partly inside of Europe, but countries that decided if they want to deploy CITS, they will follow the European sea roads approach. And having a look on the European roads today, we see that we have already almost 2,300 roadside units for short-range communications, operative, out and running. We have cities joining our family, and we are proud of that because CITS is not something just for motorways. CITS is approaching cities, urban areas. And in total, even we agreed in all our bilateral discussions with the European Commission and SINEA to equip 6,000 or up to 6,000 kilometers. We now have 20,000 kilometers of road sections covered with ITS G5. Of course, we are following a hybrid approach, meaning we use communication technologies that are available because it's very important. We want to deploy today because we want to make our roads safer today and being prepared as well for tomorrow. So that means we have 100,000 kilometers equipped with cellular range communication as well. Of course, all our stations are visible on the TENTEC map. So you can visit here, and you see the web link here. You can just visit the website and can get an overview what is out. All the green spots are deployed, but there is a lot of white area in between. There's still a lot to do, but the starting point is given. The aim of the C-Roads platform was really linking the deployments. Before 2016, we know we had more than 10, even 15 years of research. We had isolated systems. We had systems dealing with CITS that had been hardly connected. But by linking those deployments, we aimed for interoperability. And that's what we really achieved. Interoperability can be achieved by working together on common technical specifications. Working on common technical specifications, we know we have a lot of standards out, but how to interpret standards, how to use those standards, that's written down in our specifications, where we work together with the car-to-car communications consortium upon. Of course, we conducted a lot of cross-testing to verify the interoperability. We showed during the last years, interoperability is not just a word, it's reality. And of course, we need to do system tests. We need to ensure that the technologies that are available for short as well as for long range can fulfill our expectations. And of course, by doing so, and this was already also stated by Christian Hedberg, we are paving the ground for the future, for CCAM, for cooperative, connected, automated mobility. And C-Roads working together, it's not just a word. It's really collaboration. Collaboration of all our member states, of all our ministries. And you just see here an overview of the different working groups and task forces for phase 1. And you see that the different countries, it's not a French, an Austrian, a German, a Spanish-driven initiative. No, it's a European. And that's a good story. And the platform itself also works towards interoperability. The platform, the C-Roads platform, works with their pilots, with their deployments. In all our pilots, we are learning a lot. We are learning a lot which forms the basis for our specifications, which are worked out in the working groups. And all the specifications are committed at the steering committee level. That means if member states are committed to specifications, they form the basis for our deployments. And that's a good thing. That's ensuring interoperability. Cross-testing. Cross-testing, that's a keyword of the last, let's say, 2 or 2.5 years. And it was a tricky time, I can tell you. Corona, COVID-19, really made some problems to us. But we managed. We managed to learn cross-testing is a combination of real-world tests and virtual tests. We learned how to interpret files from neighboring countries, from other stakeholders, from the car to car. And the good thing is, I can tell you, half a month ago, we finalized our cross-tests. That means finalizing cross-tests means we are operative. We are there, we are out, we are live. The services. I just previously got a question from one of the journalists. What is the difference of day 1, day 1.5? Why day 1.5 and so on? The day 1 services, those form the basis. That had been the starting point for especially our our European-wide 10T network. The day 1 services are also written down in the European CITS strategy. And I can assure you, yes, we have the specifications out, we have the deployments out, we have the services out. And that's the good story for the European travelers. Day 1.5 is primarily focusing on the next stage of the urban areas. That's what is what will come in the next years, and you will hear about that later in the afternoon. Let's continue. I already said hybrid communication mix. Yes, we use communication technologies that are out there. Of course, we are prepared also for the future, but we don't stick to technological discussions because we want to make our roads safe today. Of course, also tomorrow. And just by looking that each year, 20,000 people are dying along the roads.
We just need to hear you more.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Such interesting information, so we make sure that you are going to be heard.
Okay, sorry for that. Just by knowing that 20,000 people are dying each year along European roads, it's really important for us to lower that number. And here CITS can be something in future, like the virtual safety belt. It's not yet, but we are prepared to do so. And the hybrid communication mix, of course, we know from the infrastructure side, we are only part of that. There needs to be somebody who is delivering the service, into the vehicle to the single driver. And that's why cooperation is crucial. And that's the C in CITS, and I very much loved the presentation from Niels. He was also speaking a lot about cooperation. Cooperation is key. It's not one takes it all. It's cooperative. We need to work together to make the roads safer for our citizens. The harmonized communication profiles, those are public available. Just visit our homepage, croads.eu. Visit it, and you can access the harmonized communication profile. And you see there are several communication profiles existing. There are a lot of documents existing, explanations about the specifications. And especially for these specifications, a specific close cooperation with car to car was crucial, because we can make the best specifications if no car receives our messages. So cooperation is key. And of course, also the close cooperation with ASECAP, so the Association of the European Toll Operators, is crucial. We know, especially for short range, we are working in a very close frequency band, close to tolling. And we need to ensure not to interfere. DATEX2, our known standard within traffic management, within the traffic management centers. How to interpret, how to coordinate our specifications with DATEX2. Again, a crucial element. With that, I just gave a short overview about what is C-Roads about, and I'm very, very happy if you follow us also in the afternoon to get a deeper insight in the work of our single working groups and also receiving an outlook to the future in our second session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Now please allow me to inform you about short lunch break. Next on schedule, as Martin said already, is session 1, during which we are getting more deeply into CITS readiness. So bon appetit and see you at 12:30. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back after a short lunch break, and we've got a pretty busy schedule ahead of us. Until 2 p.m., we are going to learn more about CITS organization, technical and security aspects, testing, and also we are going to visit another virtual stands. Mr. Marek Szczerba will take now over from here on the topic of organizational issues of CITS.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, CITS colleagues, friends. I'm very honored to be here and present results and some outcomes of CITS organizational issues within the CITS platform, which is Working Group 1. I'm very happy and I'm very proud to be here in Czech Republic, in Brno. And in next few minutes, I will try to briefly introduce the work of Working Group 1 within the C-Roads platform. Together with representatives of all member states, we have met regularly in different parts of Europe since the beginning of the C-Roads family. In the last year, unfortunately, we needed to move to virtual space, but we continue to implement the planned outcomes, and in particular, we were working on report on legal and organizational structures with urban update, the privacy issues. We were working on CITS deployment mainly from the perspective of findings and lessons learned. And right now, the main activity is the CITS operation. All these outputs and activities were realized thanks to the conceptual cooperation of all Working Group 1 members. We tried to fulfill the mission of this working group, which was mainly to find suitable models of cooperation across different environments within Europe, to look for possible obstacles, barriers, and opportunities in further deployment or rolling out of CITS services, and especially to find opportunities for cooperation between individual actors and define their roles. Issues of legislation and business models were also the focus of our activities. We try to fulfill these main goals through regular meetings, organization of seminars and webinars last year, preparation of questionnaires and creating surveys. We have prepared few reports, and of course, the necessary cooperation and collaboration with other working groups. In autumn 2019, we have organized a very interesting seminar in cooperation with Working Group 3 in Brussels. And this seminar was attended by more than 100 participants. A very suitable mix of presentations and discussions with presenters provided very valuable information for our further work. Last year, we have organized a CITS privacy series of webinars. More than 110 registered experts from 19 countries across Europe were present, and even we prepare on concluded reports with annexes, and we publish it on shared space. Of course, right now we are interested in Throughout the existence of this working group, we focus on creating and updating legal and organization structures for CITS operations. The update to the urban environment is also currently being finalized. The central topics are mainly the main and necessary elements for the implementation of CITS services, defining actors and roles and creating value chains. Of course, we are still interested in how the individual partners implement the individual pilot implementation of services. We prepare surveys and try to make recommendations based on them. It is still crucial for us that we are still in the learning by doing and the sharing knowledge stage. We have prepared a report Lessons Learned, which tries to collect information about deployment, pilots, and to consolidate the findings and recommendations from ongoing CITS pilots with regard to the organization issues in the widest definition. An overview of the findings and recommendations which were collected led us to define some recommendations and suggested next steps. The C in CITS or in C-roads means cooperative. It does not only mean in the sense between vehicles, but also between individual actors, between individual states. So it means that the cooperation is a key. We have to establish business models from the point of view of the public and even the private sector. We have to be focused on preparation of the CITS operation strategy on European and even on the member states level. Right now, the ecosystem for fully operational CITS services delivery is in progress within the Working Group 1. We recommend to each member state to prepare the strategic document on rolling out deployment of CITS services with a multi-year budget plan. And of course, we recommend to work on sufficient legal framework and continue on these setup activities. Sorry. Besides of the others, I can mention the needs to operate test fields and test beds and make them available to new private entities, to open it to new players and to provide them a service that they can test if they are compatible with the ecosystem. We need to be concentrated on the standards development and of course in testing and evaluation of those standards. We need to monitor, we need to validate of the quality, and we need to set up a compliance assessment ecosystem. And the last but not least, we need to take care about people, our experts, our staff, and our employees. We must provide lessons, training practice, and develop the expert skills across all actors within the Europe, but not only. People are very important in the next rolling out of CITS services. Thank you very much for your attention, and of course I will be ready to answer any question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Szczerba. Now it is my pleasure to present Mrs. Marie-Christine Esposito, French Ministry of Transport. She's going to inform us about technical aspects of CITS. Welcome, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm the chair of Working Group 2 within the C-Roads platform. The Working Group 2 is the group of that manages the different specifications that ensure interoperability across all the member states in terms of technical details, but also functional details. So the main production of the Working Group 2 is managed by 5 different task forces to ensure that we follow all the levels that are needed to ensure, I would say, a good deployment afterwards. So here are the productions of the Working Group 2. You can see that there are many documents. I will go through each of them to make sure that you have a full vision of the work of Working Group 2 and its own task forces. And then afterwards, you will have the details of the different task forces. So here you have the functional specifications. The Task Force 2 is managing that. This document is actually the basis where we define the use cases and what we aim to provide to the users. Ono 2 will present afterwards the details of the work and how it is managed. The second step, while defining harmonized profiles, I would say, is the technical specifications. Technical specifications are part of different specifications themselves. First, we start with still something that is agnostic of the technology, same as for the functional specifications, is the technical specifications of the messages. So those are valid whichever channel we use. As mentioned before, we are working in a hybrid perspective. So Task Force 3 is defining the technical specifications of the messages. Same, that is agnostic and not dependent on the technology, is the governance of security. So you will see a presentation from Task Force 1 as well, right after. After that, we define for each technology in the hybrid scope the requirement, the specific requirements. So for ITS G5 requirements, we have Task Force 3 and Task Force 1, both working on different details. So Task Force 1 will define, of course, the security requirements. And Task Force 3 will define the technical requirement for ITS G5 at the different levels of an ITS, a CITS station. Then we have Task Force 5, which is the hybrid task force. Task Force 5 is defining the IP-based interface profile. So that means the details of the interface, technical interface, to make sure that the different elements are able to send the previous messages that I was mentioning across also an IP interface. We are in the process of defining a clear hybrid requirement that will make sure that what we define in the ITS-G5 profile and on the hybrid profile, on the IP profile, works on a full hybrid scope. So this document is still under preparation, but that's one of the goals of CROADS. So far, I would say that this document will just be a presentation of the way that things work, but we are currently quite confident that we are fully hybrid. And finally, we have Task Force 5 that makes sure that every requirements that we've defined are properly tested. So they are designing test plans and then follow up on all the testings that are undergoing cross-border tests between the member states. So this is Working Group 2, the scope of Working Group 2. We are not working only by ourselves, of course. You had the presentation earlier from Marek. So our documents must take into account everything that Working Group 1 is doing in 3 points, I would say. So everything that's about the regional policy, the legal constraints, the conditions of deployments, everything that Working Group 1 is actually doing, we have to take them into account. And of course, after we deploy it, after we've done the tests, we need to evaluate, and working group 3 takes the job afterwards to define what's needed for evaluation and to ensure that what we've defined as a functional use case actually works and answers our objectives. So how do we proceed within working group 2? Basically, we produce releases. We have 9-month workload of production for a release, where you can see here, it was an example from when we started the process of releases, but now it's the same, just shifts every year. Basically, we start in March to produce a release in December, or we start in September to produce a release in June. And it works the same way that I presented it to you earlier. Basically, Task Force 2 starts defining the functional specifications. Then Task Force 1, 3, and 4 produce the technical specifications. There are validation at every step from the working group 2, so at the working group 2 level. And then at the end, we have Task Force 5 that takes the technical specification, the functional specifications, and define the test cases so that the member states afterwards, after the validation of the release, can do the proper testing. And at the end, we have steering committee approval after the initial steering committee decision to approve the content of the release that will be produced 9 months later. So now we have just like a few days ago defined the release 2.0 at the working group 2 level, and we hope that by the end of the month, the steering committee will approve it, and we'll be able to move to a release that is fully compliant and interoperable between all the member states for deployment along with the car-to-car. How does it work? Basically, the harmonization process, we have the member states that propose potential new services based on existing standards. Usually they must be specified, implemented, and tested by at least one member state before entering the harmonization process. Based on that, we prepare drafts, so each task force, as I was mentioning earlier. And then there's a clear review process where the member states review the documents, and then there are comment resolution meetings, and then resolution, and then a validation at the working group to full meetings. And then they are proposed to the steering committee, as I was mentioning. So hopefully next summer, there will be the release 2.0 that will be released to the public. And then we have a full catalog of C-words of all the services. And just an additional and final comment on to broaden the scope. We are working within C-words, but not only within C-words, we work with external partners as well, especially the car-to-car that was mentioned quite largely during the day. So whenever we produce a release, we have a change request process to make sure that we are able to take into account the different requests from other stakeholders. And for your information, our change request process is open to external stakeholders. So if you have a problem or difficulty with any of our releases, you can use this request to propose a change to us, and this one will be analyzed by each task force and then proceed as the same proceeding manners that the steering committee that I mentioned earlier. And I think that's all for me.
Thank you very much. And now it's time to visit another virtual stand. Let's have a look in Germany.
Hello, everybody. Welcome from my side to the ITS Roadshow. My name is Steve Schneider, coming from ITS Mobility, the leading network for intelligent mobility in Germany. Yeah, and as the coordinator of the C-Roads Germany project, I would like to invite you to visit our digital stand today. And we'd like to present you our results and experiences we have made in deploying several CITS services on motorways in Germany. Yeah, and feel free to get in contact with our project partners as well. You can meet there the Autobahn GmbH, Nordsys, as well as the Federal Highway Research Institute. And if you like to, you can contact my colleague Ariana Kesravi, and she will give you a short view on our second deployment phase for urban CITS services. We have started in the cities Dresden, Kassel, and Hamburg. So come by, visit our stand, and have fun during today's roadshow.
Thank you, because now we have a deep knowledge of theory, I would say. Let's have a look how the technology works in practice. That's what we are about to discover right now.
As you can see here in front of us, this system now can show me that there is a stationary vehicle on the road, with the exact position of it and the way to pass. This is a very precise advice, and the traffic is using it and stays fluent. Now we are reaching the traffic management headquarters in Brno, and I can see that many crossings are smart too. Here I can see what's happening with traffic lights, even when I can't directly see them in my line of sight. Here on the motorway around Brno, we pass a roadworks warning from a mobile trailer placed at the start point of the motorway section. A roadworks warning service is received via short-range communication, and vehicles adapt their speed. Overall, the traffic is running smoothly and safe.
Now we are about to learn more about functional specifications. Mr. Ono Tool, can you tell us more about this topic?
Yes, I can, of course. I hope you can see my screen now and everything works well.
We do,
welcome.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, my name is indeed Ono Tool, Rijkswaterstaat, the Netherlands. And I'm going to talk about the functional specifications that are provided by Task Force 2 within Working Group 2. And I think Marie-Christine already gave a good overview of this flow chart that you saw. The TF2 document is right in the beginning. It's basically the starting point after we have explained in the introduction to the C-Roads Working Group 2 documentation. All the documents, the first document is that of TF2. So what is it that we do in TF2? For us, this is a continuous process of collecting the functional and technical specifications from the C-Roads members who have implemented, tested and validated their CITS use case. Then really the work starts for TF2. The first step is to harmonize the functional descriptions of a use case. Basically, do we understand and expect the same thing that we have implemented? And we do this in this part of the TF2 document in a complete technology agnostic way. So to help us with that, we developed a specific template for each use case that helps us to understand each other and to describe it all in the same way. Also for that, we have introduced 3 layers. We have the service layer, the use case, and the scenario. So within each service, you can have multiple use cases, and within each use case, you can have multiple scenarios. And we'll briefly touch upon that later on as well. So this first part of the use case template looks a bit like this. This is the purely functional description. We describe the use case briefly with a summary, a background, the objective, desired behavior, and expected benefits. So each of the member states that have implemented a CITS use case will describe it in this way. The next step in this functional description is that we dive a bit more into the deep and describe it in more detail. So we describe the different situations that could occur within the use case, the logic of transmission, actors and relations. So we give a kind of standardized list of actors and how they all work together to have this use case provided to the road user. And perhaps we need to detail within a use case also scenarios. For the roadworks warning, for instance, there's actually three. So within a roadworks warning use case, you can have 3 scenarios, each with specific elements and characteristics to take care of. Then we also try to say something about the display and alert principle. This is a bit tricky because we as road operators, of course, don't define an HMI. But what you can find here are the things that we encourage the service providers, the OEMs, to present to their users. And last but not least, in this functional part, we have the functional constraints and dependencies. There could be all kind of constraints or dependencies that you have to take into account when implementing the use case. Then we come basically to the second part of the use case description. And in that part, we talk about the interoperability requirements. Yes, as you've seen and shown by Marie-Christine in the whole flow chart of the Working Group 2 implementations, the other task forces produce a lot of technical profiles and specifications. Most of them are all generic profiles. If we talk, for instance, about a ITS-T5 or IP based. But for a lot of use cases, there are specific technical settings needed and to be harmonized to reach interoperability. So that's why we have developed a second part of the template within a use case. That's the part that you can see here. So for each use case, you will find in the TF2 document something about the message profile requirements, security and data protection requirements, communication technology requirements, technology requirements, and the testing and validation requirements. There's a generic reference to the specific document that applies, where all the generic settings and specifications can be found, but also the specific use case setting of each specific use case can be found in the single use case. To be clear about the technology, it does not prescribe you here that you need to use the technology, but it is more if you use the technology, then these requirements apply, of course. Well, this gives you an overview of the current use cases that are harmonized within C-Roads, and you can see it's quite a list already. On the most left column, you can see the service level, where we have in-vehicle signage, hazardous location notification, the roadworks warning, signalized intersection as a special part, and the probe vehicle data. Then you see all the use cases, and I'm not going to detail them all, but I would like to encourage you to read the TF2 document and go through each of the use cases and learn more about them. And as you can see, in a continuous process, these use cases are added with every release. So what's next for us as Task Force 2? Well, as I explained before, this is a continuous process within C-Roads. This basically, our work does not stop. It is ongoing. But to give a quick outlook, we will add, hopefully after acceptance in release 2.0, new automated vehicle guidance services and use cases. And also we look forward to the further collaboration with Working Group 4, and I think you will learn more about Working Group 4 later today, about the urban environment and their specific wishes and desires on the implementations, CITS implementations in the urban environment. And we're looking forward to bring those specific use cases also into the C-Roads specifications as well. So hopefully I have summarized the work of TF2 in a nutshell here for you. Looking forward to any questions and answers in the Q&A session after this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we move on, let's have a look on the invitation to the Dutch Intercore virtual stand. I thought you would be at the table, or? As we said before, in CITS, C stands for cooperation. We know that without cooperation, this whole idea would fail. Now let's hear more about harmonized infrastructure communication profile. I would like to hand over to Mr. Alexander Frocher, who is here with me. Welcome.
Hi, hello. Thank you and welcoming me here and being able to present the Task Force 3 results. On behalf of our chair, Mr. Peter Meckel from ASFINAG in Austria, but I'm stepping in to represent the main status of our specifications. As you have seen before, Task Force 3 delivers some core elements of our C-Road specifications, and the first part is the system specification, which is related to CITS message profiles. These are the elements that can be used for every communication channel and are the general specifications of the messages we transmit from infrastructure. The second part, for doing this, we are also presenting this for the roadside ITS system profile and for a mobile ITS system profile. That's where we create the second part of our specifications and where we generate the several releases that my colleagues have introduced before. If you look at the first part, the system specifications, here the service which has been created in Task Force 2 and which Onno has shown you before, we take that as a functional part and then specify the messages that apply to all CITS implementers. I think it's important to mention here that these messages can be transmitted via any communication channel, and that's why we think C-Roads makes a big job in getting this standardized and getting those transferred via different channels. The second part of the system specifications is we define the details of these messages and the common use in Europe of the data elements. This is based on standards, and there is a large set of these standards, as you know, published by ETSI or ISO and CEN. But we are doing then the details how these elements look like in the various messages used for CITS communication. These are CAM messages, DNM messages, IVI, but also for the intersection in urban areas based on SSM, SRM, and SPATM. So these are the things we add and where we agree and harmonize in Europe. And that's why a big part of our task is developing specifications and then testing those. If you have these messages available and can use them in common, you then create the system profile part. You know that the first start of C-Roads has been based on ad hoc communication, V2V. We at the same time define the specific requirements to enable this use case transferred to between infrastructures and vehicles. And this is coming from roadside, is transferred to vehicles, and this is included in our system profiles for stationary units mounted on the roadside, but also for roadworks trailers. And the second part, please be aware that many of the C-Roads members are implementing CITS also in their operational vehicles on the motorway. So we have also a mobile system profile which is created in C-Roads and which is then used by all the members. A second big part of our work is that we not only harmonize within C-Roads with the 18 members, but we take into account external stakeholders, which are associated members, but we specially agree and communicate with infrastructure, which is the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium. Members of the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium regularly comment our specifications and take part in the testing and validation. And only this part of the work, which is done by all the participants together, then shows that really the CITS services we create are harmonized in Europe, and they can be used for transferring them vehicle to vehicle, infrastructure to vehicle, and vehicle to infrastructure. And this is something we are quite proud of because it is a large extension and set of documentation available publicly and fully available to all the participants. Now,
thank you.
If you have additional questions, you're welcome.
Thank you. The questions will be at the end by this session, but right now, as I've said at the very beginning of the session 1, we are also going to learn more about security aspects. So if Mr. Sandro Bernd Tolsmann is ready, I'm happy to hand over to him. In case he's not, let's continue with Mr. Frotscher here. Okay.
Okay. There is obviously not the possibility that Sandro, the chair of Task Force 1, joins us for urgent reasons. Sorry for that. But I'm a member of Task Force 1, and I think I can present quite well the status of the Task Force 1 specifications, which is the security part of our specifications in C-Roads, and which has a large cooperation together with the European Union, but also with many experts active in the security area. You have seen before where this whole security picture fits into our process diagram, and this is the one you see there below. We are doing a detailed specifications of our certificate messages and how we distribute them. This first focus of our Task Force 1 in C-Roads is we establish the common security features which are needed, and we define them from a road operator's perspective. So the road operators together work on the Task Force 1 and take together all their common specifications and protocols they use to make sure that the CITS messages are transferred safely and put their policy documents in the respective single processes. I think our colleague Marek has shown before that some of these organizational things were developed together with Workgroup 1. And the second part, which is security related and relates to hybrid transmission, is done with Task Force 1, which we will see at a later point in time today. The current or ongoing tasks of our Task Force 1 securities, we are doing a preparation of the full CITS ecosystem with certificates on the single messages and with a secure transmission in the whole CITS domain. This is what not only the internal institutions are waiting for, but this is also what external partners to C-Roads are expecting from us, that we deliver one set of specifications for the security area where they then can join in and join the CITS domain. There is a second part that we also look at new standard releases. You know that this is a quite active and quite dynamic environment. Therefore, security and certificate policy at European level are in progress, and also automotive industry and suppliers are contributing to it strongly. we here at the same time in Task Force 1 stay in touch with the European experts. What have we achieved so far in Task Force 1? And the main is the two documents which are the security, CITS and governance. There we have developed the first picture how CITS can roll out, and this is something you could see here in Brno, live and working. And the second part, we are looking at the additional details of the requirements at the specifications. Here, the scope of Task Force 1 is that we need to explain this whole framework and get this into standardization and policy. Please be aware, CITS is an open, but nevertheless trusted environment and ecosystem, and we need to write the basis for getting this accepted by most of the industry partners, but also by public authorities. So our detailed specifications are coming out and are linked to our use cases. And the additional part, which really we define in C-Road, is we do the definition of these signature verifications. So the detailed steps are not given explicitly in the standards. We are detailing then for C-Roads. We are making the processes that are behind that public, and we are enabling that additional experts and additional organizations join this effort and join into the trust domain of CITS. What are the next steps for us within Task Force 1? We work for the roadside units on the respective protection profiles. Member of the car-to-car communication consortium work on the protection profiles for the vehicles, and they fit together and work together. At the same time, we assess evolving standards in ETSI and come up with a proposal for hybrid communication and session security. And please be aware that there is a very strong involvement of the European Union with the expert group, but also with the European CCMS system up and running since more than a year. And there is where we contribute main knowledge and main know-how also for testing phases. And then would like to conclude that we have a trusted and secure domain for CITS in Europe. Thank you for your attention, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. We will hear more about next steps in session 2, but now we are going to continue on the topic of security. Mr. Antonio Herrera Alcantara will present us more about EU policy on CITS security. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here in the studio.
Hello, good afternoon to all the participants, and thank you to the organizers for offering me the possibility to make this presentation today. So I will put on the screen my slides. Okay. So here we go. So my name is Antonio Herrera. I work for the European Commission, the JRC, the Joint Research Center, and I've been working in the cybersecurity unit of the JRC for more than 5 years. I'm in charge of a portfolio of cybersecurity projects in road transport, and the most important project we are dealing with now is by far CITS security. Since 2018, we are focused on the implementation efforts. The mandate stems from the EU strategy for mobility of the future. Okay, and we are doing that. This is the task that we are at: implement a pilot on common EU-wide cybersecurity infrastructures for secure and trustful communications between vehicles and infrastructure. Everything that we do is based and follows the CITS security policy and certificate policy that the previous speaker has already presented. The JRC was involved from the beginning, back in 2014, in the efforts of defining these key documents. I have to say as well that everything that we do is based on these documents that are in turn based on the underlying standards. And in this slide, I show the most
Me, Mr.
important ones.
Antonio, can we just
Yes?
interrupt you, please, politely? Because the presentation is frozen, kind of. Do you think you might refresh it so we can see
yes,
next slide?
Let's try. Let's see. Okay.
Let's see if.
Okay, so sorry. I was at this slide. Is it moving now, the slide?
Still the same. Technology is against us.
Then I will stop sharing and restart sharing again.
Great.
And that should solve the problem. Let's see. Okay.
We are now still on the front page.
Okay. On the front page. Now, if I do this, then it moves?
Yes, it works.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Let's do it this way.
Yes, it works. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Right. Then I was commenting that all the implementation work we do for the CITS security system is based on the security policy and certificate policy that we have contributed to that effort since the beginning in the CITS platform and C-Roads. Okay, these documents are based on very important standards. These are the most relevant ones, and the next talk is about this, so I don't have to give more details here. Then from the certificate policy, we see the CITS trust model and architecture. It is defined there. For secure communication between CITS stations that belong to many different organizations across different countries, everybody knows that some sort of public key infrastructure, PKI, is needed. But the trust model of CITS is not based on a traditional PKI model with a single root and a hierarchical organization stemming from that. The CITS trust model is more flexible than that. Every national authority or private organization that wants to set up a root certificate authority can do that. And then there are defined some common European elements that collect and integrate these root CAs in a European certificate trust list. So we know from one country to another, from one road infrastructure to another, that elements that communicate using certificates from a CA included in the European trust list, certificate trust list, those can be trusted. Then we see as well that these root CAs, they have little boxes hanging from them with the tagged EAAA. This split is very important. It's not just to make things even more complex. This, I can explain it later to those interested in the virtual stand. Those who want to know more, find out more, they can join me there. But this is very important because it's the key foundation for the privacy by design that it's very much thought of from the beginning in this system, and this privacy is key to earn the trust of the users driving those vehicles and get them to trust and use CITS services once they are available and deployed. Then I will move on to the next slide. Is it working now? Yes? Okay, so then in this next slide, I can talk about the EU CCMS system. This acronym means EU CITS Security Credential Management System that we are implementing since 2018, and we are already using in pilot phase, and we are getting ready for the full-scale production phase at the end of the year, and starting in 2022. Okay, then here on the left we have a dashed box with the elements, the subsystems that are implemented, hosted, and operated by the European Commission, by the JRC in our ISPRA site here in the north of Italy, while the root CAs, okay, are external, okay, and they are in the different countries deploying CITS services, including the EU root CA that is part of the system but is external to the core elements, and I will come back to that in the final slide. Okay, then this wide EU system, complex security system, how is it steered? How is governance set up? The security and certificate policy define a CPA, Certificate Policy Authority. Then we have transferred the responsibilities of that entity to a CITS security subgroup that has been set up under an existing ITS expert group. Okay, and in this slide here is the mandate, and this CITS security subgroup is integrated by experts from national authorities and manufacturers and road infrastructure operators, etc. Then I talk about the CPOC, the CITS point of contact. That is a very important element of the system, because this is the interface to the stakeholders, to the users of this security system. It has a module called CPOC entry, where we register the requests from CAs that want to introduce a root certificate in the ECTL, in the trust list. Okay, so with this system, we check, we validate, we register the requests, and we manage that. Then we have an email address, a mailbox that you see there, where you can, everyone can contact us to get information or to make requests. And we have a website called the CPOC website. There is the address where we publish the outputs of the systems, the certificates, the trust lists, and the relevant documentation. And there in the section documentation, there is a document called the CPOC protocol that is very important because it defines specifications, those details that are not specified enough in the certificate policy and security policy. Those further specifications, further details are defined in the CPOC protocol. For instance, how to enroll an authority in the ECTL, what forms to use, what documentation to prepare, what is the workflow. For instance, what is the interface for the CITS stations to connect to this system to automatically retrieve TLM certificates and ECTLs and check for new ones if they are available. All that is defined in the CPOC protocol. Now I move on to the next one. The TLM, the Trust List Manager, is the heart of the core elements of the system. So the most secure element hosted in a very high security zone here in the site. It uses very advanced cryptographic hardware, and the TLM receives the clean input from the CPOC entry. Those root CAs, root certificates that have been validated, accepted, they are transferred to the TLM, and the TLM generates and signs the trust lists. That later on will be published in the CPOC website, as I have showed earlier. Then at this point, I have to explain that we have defined 3 services called level 0 or L0, level 1 and level 2. These are services or environments. The first one is the test environment, testing and integration. It's already operational since last year. We have more than 20 root CAs already enrolled. making their tests. I even have got confirmation from a manufacturer that their CITS station is now able to connect automatically to the system and update the TLM certificate and the ECTL when we have published the last one, and this is good news. Then later on this year, it's coming up the L1 service that is a stable environment for pilot operation, full scale, almost like the production system, but is not fully certified. And at the beginning of next year, we want to be ready with the proper production system, fully certified against the security policy and the certificate policy.
Afraid we need to move on right now.
I close in a minute. We have to finalize the EU root
Amazing.
CA.
Okay, thank you.
So the EU root CA is a CA like any others, but it's a service offered by the European Commission. It's self-funded like the rest of the project, okay? And it can be used by those that want to start deploying services, but they do not want to set up their own CA, or they may set it up, but later. So then they can use the EU root CA. This is an external service delivered by the company Atos, and we set it up with them through a public tender procedure. And it's the contract foresees future extensions to go on with the service if needed. So then the EU root CA has also the same level 0, level 1, and level 2 environments as explained earlier, and it has capacity for 150,000 stations and 11 sub-CAs. Now with this, I'm running out of time, so I conclude my presentation. I leave here interesting contact details, the CPOC website, the CPOC, the mailbox, the EU root CA registration for those interested in using this service, and the CITS security expert group. So thank you for your attention, and I will be available at the Q&A session and at the European Commission virtual stand.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to hear more about communication. In next few minutes, we are also going to hear about next steps in 2021 and 2022. Mr. Kjell Persson, Chair of Task Force, will share his ideas. Hello, welcome into the studio.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure of being here. And let's see if my presentation is working.
It is.
Perfect. As I said, it's a pleasure being here. My name is Kjell Persson. I'm chair of Task Force 4 in C-Roads, and I am a representative of the Swedish Transport Administration. Just to remember where we are in this particular flowchart. This is about the IP-based interface profile, and that is the task force of hybrid communication, as it's called. Then to start with, what is hybrid communication in this context? Hybrid means that you have the capability of receiving and communicating both in short range and in long range. We've heard a lot about the specifications for short range, ITS-G5, but the hybrid communication is about complementing this with the long range cellular communication. An important part of that is how to make sure that you transmit the same standard messages so they are transmitted and received the same way with the same content with in the both short range and long range communication technologies. And then of course we've heard a lot about that we have to have the interoperable cross-border information. And in hybrid communication, that means that irrespective if it's a German car driving in Spain or a French car driving in Italy, they should be receiving the same messages and information as if they were driving in their own home country. So it's all about making sure that you complement the long range and short range communication, same messages, and interoperable, harmonized specifications to make that happen. Now a little more technical slides then. How are we actually implementing this? What you can see here is exactly two communication scenarios. One is the short range, which utilizes then the RSUs, the roadside units. And then you have the cellular network, which are then using the mobile technologies connecting to vehicles or apps. And it's all about making sure that you have an interoperable information exchange between backends so that you can use the same and share information using both the long range and short range. And as I said before, making sure that you have the same messages. Going into a little more details on how we are actually making this happen is that you have then what is called the IP-based interface profile. That is the responsibility of Task Force 4, and it's complementing the other technical specification to make sure that we have this interoperable communication. And this makes then sure that you have the, for example, service providers or OEMs that are communicating with their vehicles over the cellular networks. And you have the road operator that have the short-range communication technology communicating with the roadside units. The hybrid is then making sure that these service providers, OEMs, and road operators can exchange their information in a standardized way. And technically, we do this in what we call the basic interface, BI, in this figure. We have what's called interchange entities, which is it's a router, basically, to making sure that all connected parties receive the same information. And then we have something what is called II, improved interface, which is a control plane and to automate this whole information exchange. So this is what technically is making sure that you can combine the long range and the short range communication technologies. What we are doing today is we are working right now on this IP-based interface profile. It's being finalized right now. As Marie-Christine mentioned, we have just a few days ago, we agreed on the technical details, and it will be approved at the end of June on the steering committee. Another important part is, of course, making sure that these specifications really are interoperable. So we are right now in the BI to BI. The BI is the interface that is used to make sure that you have the interoperable specifications. That is then the cross-border. We have already today several countries doing that testing to make sure that they can exchange information. For 2022, we plan to have this interoperability testing also for II, the automated control plane, to make sure that you can have also scale up the system in an automated way and connect a lot more actors. Marie-Christine also mention the hybrid specification, which is then making sure that you have the possibility of tying together all the requirements on the ITS G5 communication technology together with the IP-based, cellular-based communication technology, and making sure that all the technical requirements are possible to support. That hybrid specification is still in development, but we aim to have a first draft of that during 2022. So that concludes my presentation on hybrid.
Thank you very much. We will hear more about future in session 2, as I've said before. There are still some stands, virtual stands, that we haven't visited yet. So let's have a look on the Czech Republic.
Dear CITS Roadshow participants, on behalf of the whole Czech project team, I am really pleased to invite you to the CRO Czech Republic virtual stand. It is specific for the CRO Czech Republic project that it doesn't target only on motorways, but also on cities, public transport, and railway level crossings. The cities of Brno, Ostrava, and Pilsen are among the first European cities where CITS have been fully implemented. The project has aroused the interest of other Czech cities, which are now willing to follow the success stories of them. In the same way, first trams and first railway level crossing signaling system in Europe were equipped with CITS technology as part of the Czech pilot. Close cooperation between public, academic and private sector has been a key factor for success on this project. Dear participants, feel free to join our stand and meet our experts. We are looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to learn more about cross-border testing in C-Roads. I would like to hand over to Mr. Marwan Ayada. Please welcome in the studio.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. So I am Marwan Ayada. I am the chair of Task Force 5. So dealing with cross-border testing and validation. I am from the University of Reims-Champagne-Ardenne in France. So I will speak about the cross-border testing that are held within the C-Roads. So we take, as all my colleagues, the same scheme to show you where we are. So we are at the end of the chain, and our objective is to, as described by Marie-Christine before, is to specify and provide a test plan that contains the test cases to be executed. The objective is principally to verify and to let's say, demonstrate the interoperability between the member state, different member states. So our role is principally to take the different other task forces deliverable as input. Then we analyze them to try to extract the most important properties, let's say, that member state harmonizes, and our objective is to provide test cases for that in order to test and to test these properties and validate them. So we start as, let's say, a precondition that the different implementation coming from the different member states are already conformant to the ETSI standard, and they are already, let's say, valid through the participating to the different plug tests that were organized by the ETSI. And then our role is to focus on the functional specification that are harmonized by the different member states at different levels, the security level by TF1, the hybridation by TF4, and the message TF3, and the functional specification by TF2. So we take all at input, so we provide different type of tests. On-lab test, principally for the security and hybrid to verify the hybrid implementation. And then we provide also a lot of test cases that could be executed for on-road, with on-road, open on-road testing between different member states. So to have only an idea, we start from the release 1.3 coming to release 1.7. Our work also is ongoing like the other member state. So as I say, we provide different type of tests to verify the different DNM, AVM, SPATM, MAPAM use cases. So we have until now 270 test cases that could be used and executed by the different member states, and we are continuing the work on providing this test case that allow to validate. So our principal role was to organize, to provide these test cases, but to also to support the different member states to organize what we call physical testing sessions. So we organized and we scheduled 3 different physical testing sessions, 2 last year and 1 March, April in this year. So all the technical organization and logistic was ready, the different member states were ready, but as you know, with the sanitary condition, with the COVID-19 issues, all this session was cancelled. Some member states were even ready to organize, but any member state could travel and assist. So we were obliged, let's say, to propose a different way of testing. So we switched to virtual testing session. We provide and validate a new specific procedure to exchange and record different type of message, call it pickup, packet capture. So we provided a drive-based recording procedure, and the different member state develop a replaying tool. The objective is to mimic and to be the more close as much as possible from the reality to test the different aspect. So we succeed in that. 11 member states hosted virtual testing sessions. Some of them even hosted more than 1 session. So you have the list here. Also, what we can mention that this different virtual testing session was not only open to member states, but they were largely open to the other companies from the different member states that are involved in the project or not, and we open it to the car-to-car consortium member, so they were represented in the different virtual testing session, and this was very fruitful, and it was great to test also with the car manufacturer in order to demonstrate and test this interoperability. So we will continue also to organize this virtual testing session, and I maintain that they are open, so the other companies who want to participate, we can advertise from that. So the main result from all this hosting session that we demonstrated the interoperability, we verified that a message can be exchanged even virtually, but the result is here. We also ensure that we have all the same understanding from our specification. It's allow also to the different pilot site and member state to validate their implementation. Also, we had a lot of feedback that we raised to the different task forces to enhance their specification. And the most important, that we are learning from each other in this new, let's say, area, which is the CITS. So to finish, what is the next for TF5? We are continually enhancing our specification. There are also new use cases as presented by Ono. We continue to provide test cases for that. We are also continuing trying to organize, we hope after this, when the sanitary condition will be better, to organize physical testing and exchange directly between the different member states for demonstrating more the interoperability. So each member state from the 11 is now responsible for providing its single report about the interoperability. And then we will merge and compile all this report in one European interoperability report that will be proposed to the C-Roads platform at the end of the year. So thank you very much, and we'll be available to reply to your question in the question answer session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After getting some knowledge of testing in C-Roads, let's hear more about the impacts, results, and outcomes of C-Roads. Greetings to Italy. I would like to hand over to you, Mr. Luca Studer.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you and see you.
Perfect. I just shared my presentation. Here it is. You can see it?
Yes.
Perfect. Full screen. So good morning. I am Luca Studer. I'm chair of Working Group 3 Evaluation Assessment of Politecnico di Milano and part of the C-Roads Italy family. Today I will show you very shortly some information about impacts, results, and the outcomes of the evaluation studies that has been done throughout the C-Roads countries. So for sure, I will be very brief because I don't have so much time, and I will support you and I will suggest you to go and have more information and read through the evaluation report. So here is very shortly the frame of Working Group 3. I will be very short. So objective of Working Group 3 is to have a common, to put together all evaluators or people that are dealing with evaluation, to put them together, to have a common approach, to have a common reporting structure, and in order to have, to easy the transferability of the results. Of course, to coordinate the pilots, to share best practice, if necessary, bad practices, and for sure to assess the impact of what the CITS within Europe has provided. To do this, every country has provided an analysis of the impact in the following areas, impact areas: user acceptance, safety, traffic efficiency, environment, socioeconomic impact, and function evaluation. As Martin Böhm has said this morning, you saw the picture of the countries. You basically have to expect from all the countries that are part of C-Road at least one evaluation report, and then we have, of course, the overall evaluation report of the whole C-Roads platform. So going to the details, or better to the results, very shortly, and just some of them. So here, for example, we see the UK. We see that it's interesting, for example, here the in-vehicle signage, that we see that the people react to the information received from CITS. The people in this case slow down and they have a good reaction. This is for us an important result. And of course, this is going towards an improvement in safety. Another example is the GLOSA, where we have a signalized intersection. Also in this case, we have noticed that the drivers are behaving differently. Either they are reducing the speed or they are moving in a smoother way. So again, here, good results in terms of road safety, in terms of traffic efficiency, or in terms of pollution, let's say emission. This is also interesting in the Netherlands, where we have a lot of information that are already available. Users are well informed about traffic condition. In this case, the results are less evident, but this is interesting anyway, because probably this will be, CITS will be the way the future, the users will be informed. So having similar results as with the same level is for us an interesting results. On the other way, we see that with the user acceptance analysis, all the users have seen, mainly not all, most have seen, understood, and used the information. And they think these information are positive and they will change the driver behavior due to this information. Going to Spain, we have seen this morning that they have implemented a lot of a lot of pilots and a lot of field tests. In the box, you see again in intersection where the drivers, point by point, they have a smoother way of driving, less acceleration, less deceleration, and this is important for all impact areas. Or, for example, hazardous location notification, where you have reduced numbers of hard braking, and you can imagine how important it is in terms of safety. Here you see, apart from the numbers, you see the fact that Spain, in this case, analyzed user acceptance, but also in very detailed impact evaluation. So for every use case, they went through the different impact areas with different indicators. So in here, very good positive results for safety, for example, for traffic efficiency, with specific percentage. And of course, we did not stop us when we saw impacts that were not so much positive, or at least sometimes also negative. So this is important to be evidenced. And here also that fact that, again, so in another pilot, also traffic simulation has been used, that has been widely used in order to simulate what is coming out. And so again, here information about safe traffic efficiency and the speed that has been calculated. Going to Germany, we see here that this exercise about the cost-benefit analysis of roadworks warning. They have made this exercise collecting all benefits and the cost, and they saw here, very interesting, that the benefit-cost ratio is higher than 1 in very short time. This means that this money spent in CITS is profitable in a very short time, and this is in a very interesting and promising results. Czech Republic, we have heard speaking about a railway level crossing, and here you see that this CITS service warns and informs the people about level crossing or about the train that is coming. You see on the left side that the people, the users accept and understand very good the service. On the right box, you see that the people slightly change their behavior, but at least they are more informed and they drive in a smoother way. Going fast, last but not least, to the Nordic countries, to the Nordic Way 2, we have seen here a very good interview about what the people expect. And we see that the expectation from the users are very high. And this is even after using them. So this is something important. Perhaps willingness to pay is not that high, but this is an information that we should keep in mind. And they went further and they were able to analyze the impact of a low scenario and a high scenario with a bundle of CITS, with a bundle of use cases. And they were able to investigate the impact on these different indicators that are promising in numbers. And they provided also the benefits, the total benefits, economically total benefits that are coming out, an assessment that are coming out with numbers that are really interesting and promising. So as the Nordic Way was able to say that CITS are socioeconomically feasible in the Nordic countries, but I think this is quite general. And of course, they also evidence that then we need more information, we need more investigation, because of course, CITS are becoming to be more and more diffuse. So now it's the time for the future to investigate what is the change in driver behavior. And of course, to investigate safety impact. So I think this is, for me, the conclusion. And the next step, as I said, we have already a lot of evaluation reports that are available and that you can go through, having more information than what I provided to you. But as written here, the best is yet to come. A lot of evaluation reports are coming, and they will be very interesting. So you can follow Working Group 3 national workshop, where we have diffused information about this these results. But above all, you are invited to take part to the evaluation final workshop. That is, let's say, the one that should put everything together. That is planned the 15th of December. I hope to be able to give us a location closing this bad situation. But I really invite you to take part to these meetings and to go through to the evaluation report, where you have all the information that today I was only able to give just here and there. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you very much. And now another 2 virtual stands invitations. After that, there will be some short space for questions and answers, if any occurred.
In the Nordic countries, there are large rural areas where deployment of dedicated CITS infrastructure, such as roadside units and optical fiber communication, is unrealistic from an economical point of view. However, the provision of CITS services is still relevant to ensure a well-functioning road network. The solution developed by the Nordic Way projects is a common central system of platforms, an information interchange functionality that enables all relevant stakeholders to communicate with each other and the infrastructure in order to provide their clients and users with updated information and CITS services through the cellular network, both in rural and urban areas. If you want to know more about our experiences and the real-life deployment we have carried out, come visit us at the Nordic Way stand.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the C-Roads Italy virtual stand. I am Alessandro Iavicoli. I'm the project manager of the pilot. We have implemented and tested Day 1 and Day 1.5 CITS services, but even more. In fact, we have tested those services with two specific autonomous driving applications, truck platooning and highway chauffeur. So, if you would like to learn more about it, please visit our virtual stand and we will be happy to answer to your question. Enjoy the conference and see you later. Bye-bye.
I'm not alone in the studio. We've got 5 minutes left, so let's answer some questions from the chat. I've got one open question. We now have learned how the single working groups formed the ground for the deployment of CITS services. Is there more needed for continuous operation and maintenance of the CITS services? Or do you feel like we are done? For example, Mr. Alexander Freche.
Yeah, a first impression is that we have done a first step, and we have done an important first step with putting our specifications and the message specifications, all the things we have seen today on the table and make them publicly available. And I think most of the people involved in the sector and involved in CITS do also agree that a lot of additional work is needed.
Do you have any comments, Mr. Szczerba, to that?
Yes, I can definitely agree. And yeah, we are ready to transfer from pilots to operation, but still we have a lot of works in front of us. For example, in working group 1, right now we are working on a report on a CITS operations, even from the organization point of view, even from the technical point of view, and even the maintenance, how to take care about all those systems. So yeah, we need to transfer our thinking from the research pilot to regular operation.
Okay, thank you. So now this would be the end of session 1, and after a short break we are starting session 2, in which we are going to discuss what's next. CITS is ready, and in the next part we are going to find out what are the plans for the future. So see you in 30 minutes.
Very efficient.
Good afternoon again. At the very beginning of the session 2, let me mention that CITS was from the very beginning addressing road safety, because each year approximately 20,000 people die on European roads, and CITS wants to see safe lives today. Europe acts now and make roads safe today. During this session, we are going to hear about what's next for CITS. I believe it is going to be very interesting. But before that, there are 2 virtual stands. Let's have a look on that.
Hello everyone, greetings from Hungary. Together with the organization supporting the C Roads Hungary project, we developed the CITS service on the Hungarian expressway network and an urban section based on the specifications provided by the C Roads platform. Experts will be available from different fields to answer all your questions. My colleagues from the Hungarian Public Roads can give the detailed information about the CITS implementation, available use cases and backend services. Our partners are online during the whole event. V2X solution provider Comsignia, V2X PKI provider Microsec. The Budapest University of Technology and Economics were by our side designing the whole service. At our booth, you can have all the necessary information about the Hungarian CITS implementation right from the experts. Visit us.
Hello, welcome to the C Roads Austria booth at the C Roads Roadshow. We would like to introduce the CITS deployment in Austria, which consists of the following 3 elements. First, stationary roadside units, more than 500 of them on the 2,000 kilometer of the road network. Second, mobile warning trailers, where they're dynamically disposed at the various roadwork sites on our network and will generate dynamic and high quality traffic information. And third, operator vehicles, which are equipped with a CITS unit and generate dynamic content on all of our network and inform the visitors and the travelers about events happening on the road. Please visit our booth to see the details of this extensive deployment and ask additional questions if you would like to do so. Thanks.
Thank you as well. And right now, Mr. Ricardo Tiago, he is the leader of C Roads Platform Working Group 4, focused on urban CITS harmonization. Mr. Tiago, what are the next plans for CITS? And welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me start by trying to share my screen. And I hope you are seeing it.
Yes, it's working. Perfect.
Okay, so good afternoon once again to all of you who are watching us. My name is Ricardo Tiago and I work in the Institute for Mobility and Transport in Lisbon, in Portugal. And unfortunately, I cannot be in Brno with you, but I'm pleased to be here virtually and to present some of the insights of what's next for ITS, from roads to streets under the scope of WG4 urban CITS harmonization. So the agenda, as you can see, relies on the work that is mostly carried out under WG4. So I'm going to talk about the mission, the interaction within the urban WG4 and the other working groups, a growing family of cities that we are at this moment, give you some of the highlights of 2021 and next steps for WG4 and some of the ideas to conclude. So WG4 urban CITS harmonization is, as expected, and it was normally, under the phase 2 of the C Roads platform. We have two new working groups under the phase 2 and is dedicated to support city authorities interested in the deployment of CITS in urban and metropolitan domains in respect of the binding principles established under the C Roads platform. And the group is chaired by Portugal and co-chaired by the Italian colleagues. And we are truly honored to share this group. And we have already 144 members. And it gives an impression of the importance of the urban domain for the next stage of CITS. So we have been active since September 2019, when the group was originally and officially set up. And our main goals are on the screen. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to read all of them, but let me just highlight some of them. So we intend to support the testing of cooperative services and the specifications in the urban environment. We want to bridge cities and other working groups of the C-Roads, as was discussed in the previous sessions. And we want also to report the state of the art for cities, including their ITS deployments and plans. And mostly, and for the future idea, we want to build a catalog of CITS services and profiles, considering typical use cases and city-specific in urban and interurban requirements. Obviously, cooperation is critical within our atmosphere and our environment, and we want to support the cooperation of WG4 and the cities with other platforms and projects that are also dealing with CITS in urban domain. And obviously, as what we are doing here today, we want to promote and to disseminate our work. And we have the idea to set up the City Forum annual event. And due to COVID, it was not possible to do it this year, but for sure, in the next years, we will have our City Forum events. And within this picture, just let me highlight the interconnections of the WG4 with other working groups. As you probably expect, the output of the work will not be just a single report on the WG4 atmosphere, but the inputs that is going to be given and provided by the all working groups that are constituting the C-Roads platform. So that's why we say that cooperation is the C in the C-Roads family and the C-Roads platform, and it's fundamental to all of us achieve a common goal. As probably this picture was already shown, we are a growing family of cities. We have at the moment 43 European cities on CITS deployment. The map is fully on C-Roads color, and we want to see more and more dots of the cities in the next years to come. So we hope that the group is going to be enlarged in the next years. The more is better. And we do not want to leave any city that is willing to deploy CITS for their citizens behind. So in order to do that, we are sharing and passing on this vision and raising the awareness by setting up some webinars, as other working groups are doing, to raise the awareness. In the first semester of 2021, we did 3 webinars regarding CITS signalized intersections, hazard location notification, parking information, route advice, dynamically controlled zones, and we have more or less in each webinar almost 100 participants, which give us good vibes of the path that we are pursuing, and we are on track to achieving our objectives. And in these webinars, we intend to have always 2 cities, one that is probably more advanced and the other one who is more in the beginning stage. And we also want to have institutions, European institutions, that can bring added value and support us in raising the awareness of CITS. And we're very honored to have with us UITP, Car2Car, CEDAR, and Polish, and other distinguished speakers. We hope that you get on board with this kind of webinars and be with us in the next ones that we are planning to do even within this year. So just some ideas of the next steps. Well, in the first phase of our work, we are more or less doing an urban deployment map. We are doing the clustering for the CITS service that cities are going to prepare and to deploy. And as I said, in the second semester, we will have a new round of webinars. And in order to bring cities, other cities that are willing to cooperate with us, we are drafting a concept, CITS City Ambassadors. I will talk about it in the next slide. And for 2022 and beyond, of course, the City Forum, it's going to be one of the highlights of our work. And ultimately, we want to have CITS Urban Services Catalog, the Day 2 services that some of you already probably are aware of the concept, and that the representative of Car2Car mentioned that it's going to be very important in the next years to come. And referring to the city ambassador concept, well, we want to have an agreement with the cities that are already within the C-Roads atmosphere, but also with other cities that are willing. As same as we have the associated member states, we want to have associated cities. And we are drafting this city ambassador CITS concept. And the idea is that the city has an ambassador, of course, to discuss with us how the things are going to be developed in an harmonized way, what their requirements for the CITS use cases that they see best fitting for their cities, for their policy goals, mobility policy goals and objectives, and contributing to the European rollout of not only 43 cities, but ultimately all of the cities. We want to share with them and to exchange knowledge about the implementation, and we want to provide contributions and give contributions and receive also their contributions to help us in the group to identify some possible standards, extensions, or gaps that are not yet done and discussed in order to ensure applicability in other urban areas that are beside and beyond the cities that are on the C-Roads today. Of course, we want them to help us in drafting the future Day 2 use cases that could be pipelined for next projects. And reaching to the end for the sake of time, just to give you some information about these two new round of webinars that we are preparing in October and November. And let me highlight just the last one, because in the morning session, someone asked, what is the benefits of CITS if I don't have a driver's license? Well, it was spoken very clearly, but let me just highlight, CITS can bring added value not only for the drivers, but for the environment, for the road environment that is beyond the driver. So if you are a pedestrian, a cyclist, you can use CITS to be aware of the problems, and for us, the drivers, we can also be aware of your place to be, where you're going to do, what your kind of maneuvers, and we will be informing the roads and in the car that there is a cyclist on the way. So the safe atmosphere is for all of us, not only just for the drivers. So we want to raise more and more awareness of the CITS service for cities, for citizens, because we believe, just to wrap up, we believe that, as Suzanne Hodley from Polis mentioned on the third webinar, beyond smarter cities, we need wiser cities. I fully agree, because we need wiser cities and wiser thinking in terms of policies and strategies, mobility, transport, environment, energy, in terms also of technology, their maturity, their availability, their compatibility, and their interoperability, in terms to capitalize and to harness the investments that were made, that are being made, and will be made in the future for sure. So to give you just one final sentence and vision, urban CITS is for sure an important digital and physical layer that needs to be into consideration of a city planner, a mayor, and should be considered on the city budget planning tasks such as road maintenance, signalings, whatever. And because the real benefits of CITS are a given, in my view, and we can bring the C-Roads platform, and the WG4 can bring a real added value for the city discussions. So to conclude, rely on CITS to have safer roads and streets, not only for today, but for tomorrow. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Tiago. Also, the role of digital transport infrastructure is a very important topic. Mr. Gary Crockford will present future directions of digital transport infrastructure. Welcome to the studio. Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I think I'm
having
a few issues today with our technology. So I'm Gary Crockford from Department for Transport in the UK, and I'm here to talk to you about the Working Group 5, which covers digital transport infrastructure in sea roads. So let me see if I can. There we go. Back to the start. I'm terribly sorry. I don't think I can hear you either currently. Bear with me 1 second.
Issues, but I believe that Mr. Crockford will be back in a few seconds. Let me just go through next schedule. We will see a video sequence of urban and public transport, because there are some other uses of CITS, for example, in public transport. So let's see it in a few minutes. And then we will see 2 more of virtual stands. So we'll have a look on that. And then we are talking about Vision Zero also. I don't know if the technical issues were solved or not. I'm waiting for... Okay, I think we have to move to another. Okay, so let's have a look on some other uses of CITS. For example, public transport.
Look at some of the other uses of the Sea Roads project. A frequently dangerous and accident-inducing situation. A city public bus has stopped at a bus stop. Passengers are getting off while cars are passing by parallel to the bus. There have already been so many tragic accidents where drivers didn't give the pedestrians the right of way as they stepped onto the street. Here the technology displays public transport vehicle at stop on the infotainment system, alerting us drivers of the possible situation. This is a perfect example of car-to-city transport vehicle communication. Another unsafe situation that unfortunately happens much more often is accidents between trams and vehicles. Don't forget that a tram weighs several tons, is full of passengers, and is unable to come to an immediate stop. The Sea Roads Technology Project can help here as well, alerting the driver of an upcoming tram crossing.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Sea Roads Portugal is paving the ground for making cooperative, connected, and automated mobility a reality in Portuguese roads. The project is organized within 3 verticals: road infrastructure preparation, connecting urban nodes, and backbone data sharing, and includes the deployment of 5 CITS micropilot cases in several sections of the Portuguese Atlantic Corridor and its 2 main urban nodes. Sea Roads Portugal started in 2017 and has been followed by Cooperative Streets, which started in 2019. This second CITS project is taking CCAM and CITS into the urban environment in several Portuguese cities. Together, these 2 flagship projects will deploy CITS Day 1 and Day 1.5 services, allowing to grasp the main benefits of CITS, such as road safety and efficiency of traffic flow, taking CITS in Portugal 1 step further. Portugal is therefore fully committed to Sea Roads platform activities and to the future of CITS, and has thus embraced the challenge to share WG4 Working Group on Urban CITS Harmonization. Thank you.
Sea Roads pilot in Slovenia formally started in 2016. The implementing body is DARS, the motorway company in the Republic of Slovenia. The main objective was to deploy Day 1 CITS services using both short-range and long-range technologies. Services were implemented on the A1 motorway section between Postojna and Divača, a part of the TEN-T core network. The pilot site was chosen due to extreme weather conditions during winter season. New roadside units have been installed on 24 kilometers of the motorway, including one mobile unit. In 2017, the pilot on cellular CITS communication started using location-aware mobile application for end users. It was implemented in 2019. In 2020, the pilot implementation of automatic transfer of traffic events from tunnel systems into the traffic information system was carried out. JARS plans to develop hybrid CITS solutions using CITS IP basic interface and install additional ITS 3.5 roadside units.
It seems that we weren't able to solve the problems with some technical issues with Mr. Gary, so we have to move on. And now we are going to discover major contribution to Europe's Vision Zero. How? That's something what we are about to discover with Mrs. Jacqueline Erard. I believe she can hear us. She's the leader of Professional Association of Operators of Toll Road Infrastructures. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can also see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much for inviting. I have the great honor today to represent our association, ASECAP. ASECAP is, maybe for those who do not know that organization, is the European Association of Toll Road Infrastructure Operators. So our members have in total a network of motorways, tunnels and bridges, which covers about 87,000 kilometers over 21 member states. So we really have a quite huge network which we take care, and it is really an honor that we have a very good cooperation with the C-Roads platform since 2018. Since we have found the same goals which we want to achieve, and that is, of course, a harmonized and also very well understood deployment of CITS. So our members have really big beliefs and missions and visions which we want to share today about what kind of contributions can CITS have in future and already has today. So how do we reach Vision Zero? We have found and identified 4 different topics where CITS have a very big potential in Europe. The one, and which is also a very important topic for the ASECAP, is the Vision Zero of zero fatalities in road transport. So already with our existing CITS deployments, we think and we believe that those initial deployments have already an impact on the road safety. But we also see other contributions, like a very futuristic and maybe not so so far away impact on our road maintenance, but also on a very intelligent traffic management where we can reach a carbon-free mobility system. And of course, we also see a potential in autonomous driving to really get everything we can do in achieving the big European Vision Zero. So starting maybe from our steps and goals, which we reach already now, and that is that with the CITS system, we have established the vital direct link between the vehicles and the road infrastructure, and hopefully also in future with our employees out there on the roads. So CITS is the tool to really deliver warnings directly into a vehicle. It's like another safety system for us, like the ESP or ABS. So we see the potential already on our roads, and you see here on the slide what we have collected so far the last weeks. With a normally rented car, we can really reach the drivers and users of our roads out there to warn them about roadwork warnings, about people on the roads, and that has an impact on the Vision Zero fatalities in Europe. So with this technology, we believe that we can prevent many accidents, and in future also many accidents which happened in the last years, and reduce their severity. And that is really important, since zero fatalities is really one of our biggest goals, which we as ASACAP stands for. But of course, CITS is so much more. We have heard today about the day one services, about road safety services, which are deployed by now. But we also have learned that we are working in the C-Roads platform already on the next generation of services, the day two services. And we are, as an organization, are convinced that this kind of tool and framework can really help us in achieving a kind of intelligent traffic management. So CITS is there to assist us in a collaborative traffic management. We see out there like ordinary cars, which maybe receive just this information from the radio, but we also see more and more vehicles upcoming in the field, which can receive the cooperative ITS messages. So we have connected cars out there. And of course, in future, maybe also automated cars. So when we combine all these three kind of categories of vehicles on our roads, and we can apply the next generation of CITS services, which ASACAP members are working on intensively, we see that we can establish a kind of really intelligent ecosystem where traffic management plays an important role to reduce congestion, and so also reduce the CO2 emissions and also the external cost of roads. So there is already, and we have seen it, that many other C-Roads partners work on kind of speed recommendations, so green light optimal speed advice, and that will enable us in an energy efficient driving. So the whole C-Roads platform, the whole C-Roads partners, as also our members are part of it, they will foster the decarbonization achievements on the medium term. So there is a strong cooperation and also our strong mission to work together to really go this path and really establish and also deploy, like we deploy right now, road safety services, also the next generation of services, to have the specific measures in place and so really contribute also on the vision zero of decarbonization. But there is, on the perspective of road operators, so much more. So also CITS can help in improving the road maintenance and also on allowing us to maintain our roads on lower costs. We see here that the new world of artificial intelligence prediction systems that will help us to calculate and display probabilities of road damages, or to identify objects on the road, classify them, and also get out the degree of damage which happened out there on the roads where really traffic is works in a real environment. So by applying different kind of technologies and taking also use of the CITS capabilities, we see the potential to control repairs, document the actual targets and analysis comparisons, and distribute also, so the distribution of cars connected to the road infrastructure is important to also have an impact on the road status and have maybe longer maintenance cycles, and thereby also again contribute to the vision zero. But everything which we count on is of course also that autonomous driving will come step by step into our traffic systems. And we see with CITS this opportunity of not only see autonomous vehicles driving, but also see this very important interaction of vehicles and the road infrastructure. So CITS is the channel that provides an instant and low latency data exchange amongst all stakeholders. And that is essential for autonomous driving, because connectivity is for us a prerequisite for higher levels of vehicle automation, because the world outside is not that easy. We will always have for a long time of period some mixed traffic conditions, and those mixed traffic conditions need also a quite collaborative traffic management, where CITS will contribute and help us to manage the roads out there, and also lead, of course, Europe in the field in kind of leading the European industry into a kind of first achiever position. For ASICAP members, we are sure that CITS is ready. Some of our members have already started in deploying the technology. We are out there to safeguard people's life. We are out there to also foster the challenges of collaborative traffic management. We want to use the technology to really get and contribute to something which is coming up. And that is, of course, what we are all seeking for, the Vision Zero achieved by 2050. So we see as an infrastructure really in the center of the whole ecosystem on roads. And we see us also as a kind of achieve or enabler for CITS deployments on our roads. So our members are still continuing and also following the C-Roads platform. And we think that with this collaborative and cooperation on our roads and on the vehicles, we can also achieve the next generation of traffic out there. Should it be connected, automated, or only automated, we think that V2I, I2V, and V2V communication really is the way how Europe should follow up. And we are really on a very good path. And we are really looking forward to see even more and more members, even more and more roads equipped with CITS, and to contribute to this big mission and vision which we all have. So we really are partners since 2018, and we also have drafted a very clear picture on how ASICAP members have a look on the CITS right now and in future, and I really welcome and invite you to have a look on our ASICAP CITS manifesto in order to a little bit get a deeper insight in what we are looking for and what a kind of roadmap we are just continuing to be part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand over to Mr. Steve Phillips, General Secretary of CEDAR, Road Directors Platform. Mr. Phillips, can you tell us more about vision of CEDAR? Welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much, and it's really great to be here. Hello, everyone. Okay, that's when if we were physical, people would be saying hello back to me. But
they were raising hands.
They were raising hands. Brilliant. Okay,
At least.
it's great to be here, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank Martin and Christelle for organising this excellent roadshow and bringing together all of the accomplishments of C-Roads after the last 4 years. I mean, I remember it was, over 10 years ago. Some people will remember, but with the Amsterdam group, some people again may remember that. Between ASICAP, we've just heard from, between Car-to-Car Consortium, you've heard of those, and Ricardo also mentioned Polis. So looking at many of these aspects of CITS, and it's very welcoming, shall we say, that the dream that was created within the Amsterdam group is being actually deployed on our roads now, and it's very gratifying to see that. Anyway, what can because this is about CITS, what's next? So what can I add to this discussion? Because you've just heard from Jacqueline, and I think she highlighted a lot of the points, and far be it from me to disagree with her. I wouldn't dare. But let's just see, maybe some of the subtleties in how we would approach this, because clearly, we have the views there of the commercial motorway operators. And CEDAR represents the national road administrations. We have over 30 national road administrations from right across Europe engaged in CEDAR activities, working directly for the directors of roads, who are my bosses, the CEOs, the general directors. And collectively, CEDAR, we're looking at some of the figures. CEDAR covers, or CEDAR members support, over 80% of the road freight across the whole of the continent of Europe. That's not just the EU, but the whole of the continent of Europe. And I think, as we come out of COVID and we look back, and just make a slight aside, because I heard today that the World Health Organization has recognized road transport workers, truck drivers as essential workers. And I think that's a great recognition for the work they've done throughout this whole crisis. And I think, we really need to underline that roads and road transport have been contrary to what you may hear coming from some quarters in Brussels, really has been the most resilient mode of transport and has kept our hospitals, our supermarkets, our shops, etc., full of all the goods that we've needed. And I want to pay homage to them. Anyway, again, you know, what are the differences? I mean, some of the differences, if we look at CEDA, across the whole of the network, if we look at it, and I just want to, I guess, refer back to what Ricardo was saying, because he was talking about not leaving any of the cities behind. And I would stress, I think, even further than that, not leaving any of the roads behind. Because across the CEDA network, you know, only around 50% of the roads are actually 10T. So, and indeed, you know, only around 40% are not motorways. Are not motorways. So, you know, we have a huge challenge there to think of this whole network and ensure that none of the network is left behind. And I really want to, again, underline that today, because when we talk about Vision Zero, you know, we already know that motorways are the safest roads. Europe has the safest motorways on the planet, the safest roads on the planet. Of course, we can do more, and we're fully committed to Vision Zero. And I think, you know, many of the activities that C Roads has been directly doing, you know, just paying attention to things like the road worker warning systems, you know, absolutely vital and things that we need to roll out. But we also need to make sure that when we are rolling out these great initiatives that and the technology and the systems, that we're not leaving roads behind, and that we are, you know, developing Vision Zero for the whole of the road network. And as I say, that includes the cities, that includes all of the different roads that make up our networks. So that, I think, underlines again, you know, we're totally in line with ASICAP in terms of our Vision Zero. In terms of the carbon-free mobility, again, you know, decarbonisation is a key issue. And I cannot see how we can deliver, you know, a decarbonised road transport system, you know, or reduce the energy intensity of our road transport system without a lot of these cooperative and collaborative systems. You know, we absolutely need that connectivity right across our network, and that unfortunately is where we are, shall we say, held back. Again, by some of the white spots on our networks, and we heard this morning about the rollout of 5G. Again, you know, we need to also push the 4G as well as all of the, you know, the other short range systems that C Roads has been working on. So those are absolutely essential to bring together this whole toolkit to develop our decarbonized systems. And I would say, you know, this again extends not only about the cars, because the cars are coming, but also the trucks, and our whole logistics system needs to be redefined, and some of the projects that have been embedded and connected with C Roads again have been looking at some of the logistics aspects. Jacqueline mentioned also the very important aspect of road maintenance, but if I can, I would broaden that out, shall we say, quite considerably, because from our perspective, this is about the whole area of asset management, which of course is the other key pillar of what road authorities do. You know, it's managing the assets and making sure the assets are there, but also that they are providing the services that are needed and reducing the impacts. So this includes, you know, all of the issues to do with how do we get the best out of our aging assets, because, you know, many of them were built a long time ago, but also how do we improve the environmental sustainability? So issues like the circular economy in our construction, about reducing noise and other annoyances. How do we develop, you know, a range of things? So, you know, we really need to work together on this asset management thing, and that's why I'm happy, at least within CEDA, and I hope with other partners, you know, we can start to break down some of the silos, shall we say, that have existed, if you like, between the asset management side and the traffic management side of many of the road authorities. And we're planning to be launching a program on data, and look at data as the gel that will bring together these different sides. So we get a win-win. You know, the asset management side will be able to develop better systems. As Jacqueline says, maybe it'll be cheaper, maybe it'll just be better performing. And then, of course, we can improve our asset management. And I think it's important to keep these two sides together, because if I can just, you know, a little anecdote of one of the challenges that we faced over the many years, over 10 years ago in a Brussels debate, one of the Brussels ITS experts was telling me and trying to convince me how cooperative ITS would help, because it would allow cars to avoid the potholes in the road, so we wouldn't need to maintain the roads so much. Now, you know, fast forward 10 years and we're looking at the system right now today where we're facing the challenge where lane departure warnings on vehicles are actually steering the vehicles straight into the potholes on the roads. So if you like, you know, we've got a mismatch and the technology in some respects has gone a different way. Of course, CITS does have a role to play in that, but we need to make sure that the different technologies are aligned. I guess, and I take a big breath because the one area where I did have to take or slightly disagree with Jacqueline is let's be blunt, is the use of the word autonomous, because you know autonomous is one possible, autonomous driving is one possible outcome. But I think, you know, from the CEDA perspective, you know, where we say connectivity is a prerequisite, of course, connectivity is not only a prerequisite, it is actually the end result as well. Because, you know, if we're looking at the future road transport system and if we are expecting the road transport system to deliver all of the challenges that it will have to do in the future, we cannot allow, we really cannot allow individual vehicles to be out there making their own decisions. And you know, we need to maintain that structure of traffic management. And indeed, I believe we will even go even further because, you know, there's a whole load of issues that are being discussed now with the automotive manufacturers where the data and the availability to the data in the vehicles, if we look at issues like geofencing and other things, you know, there'll be a whole range of areas where actually the connection between the road authorities, the road operators, and the vehicles and the drivers will be much closer. So I think that's a good one. A couple of areas maybe I would like to develop, and I think these are important. And I was surprised I didn't hear it from the Commission this morning. But is that the whole area of, you know, again, what is our objectives? And one of the often ones we do hear is the question of congestion. I think it's a shame that, you know, we are currently the only mode that is measured on its congestion. All of the other modes deal with punctuality, which is a bit bizarre since repeatedly when we've done customer surveys, you know, when we look at what I love to call the customer experience, the perception of the drivers on our roads and whether they're satisfied, the issue that they mention is the question of reliability and not being surprised and arriving at the times they expect. It's not necessarily about reducing the times, and it's not this, dare I say it, this old-fashioned view of what is congestion. So there, I think, you know, we also need to work on some of the KPIs and really improve how we, you know, to work on these and work on the cost benefits, because I guess that's part of the problem, you know, is the classic definition of congestion can easily be put on a spreadsheet and you can assign euro values to it. Whereas the punctuality and reliability, okay, in the logistics sector, people may know how to quantify that, but for passengers, it's very difficult at the moment to try and quantify that. So we need to work together, I think, on defining some of those, again, I think, to improve the customer experience, because going back to the question of automated vehicles, clearly the customer experience will change as we look forward into the intervening years. So I guess, you know, in some quick wrap-ups, you know, we still have a lot of the network to do. I'm very pleased, Marek, this morning, you know, mentioned the issue of the roadmaps and the plans that have been made. I'm also very happy that he also mentioned the question of people and skills. Again, that's a huge challenge for road authorities right across Europe, is how do we develop those right skills, and how do we then, once we've developed those skills, ensure that, again, we aren't building or reinforcing silos. So, you know, we're looking at how we can make sure that traffic managers and ITS experts actually get a view of what's happening out there across not only the road authorities, but also in understanding how the automotive industry has worked, how the other service providers are working. So I guess with that, you know, my final comments, and I hope this can be a kind of mantra to the day, you know, it's deployment, learning from your deployment, and then deploy. Thank you very much, and good luck for the next 10 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I would say that small disagreement is always beneficial, so thank you for that. This session is about next steps, so we are about to learn more about phases of cooperative driving. Again, we are going to hear Mr. Niels Andersen, General Manager of the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium. Welcome again.
Thank you very much. So I perhaps would go in slightly more detail on what we expect from the future, looking at it a bit from the vehicle side. So let me first start with what we normally would consider as phases of cooperative driving. And please do not mix up the different phases here, sometimes first, second, third phase with the day one service, the day two services, etc., because some of the services we would see later might still be based on some of the technology we have today. But what we normally look at from a high level is what we have here, what the day one services is based on is what we call the awareness driving. And what do we consider with awareness driving? That is basically that everybody share the information about themselves. That is what the day one services are based on. So typically, if we look at a vehicle, whether that is a passenger car, a lorry, an ambulance, whatever, it informs about its whereabouts. So what is the position, what is the heading, and what is the speed. So we can build quite a lot of interesting services from that, and that's very similar what we see from the infrastructure. The infrastructure informs us about their current state. Then when we look into the next phase, we go into what we call sensing driving. So in that phase, we are not only informing everybody about ourselves, but we are also sharing let's say, what we sense about the environment, and that is what we would do in the next phase. I'll come in more detail on that in the following slide. Then what we see in the next step is what we call cooperative driving. So on top of the previous two things, sharing information about yourself, sharing information about the environment you observe, then in the cooperative driving, we also introduce negotiation with other participants there. So, so basically informing about our intention, potentially performing an negotiation in order to have an outcome. So let me then go through to the next slides, if this would work. So I mentioned sensing driving. So one of the key elements we see, we expect a lot of things in the sensing driving is the collective perception. So by everybody sharing the information about themselves, we only have a partial picture of the environment. So if we can increase the awareness by sharing information, for instance, from the sensor of my vehicle, I can say what I observe, similar the infrastructure could do. So if you look here at the white car here, it can normally see this green field here. Now we have an old car here, the blue, that is not yet CITS equipped. The red car might not be able to see that, but the white car can actually inform the red car about that, as an example. If we take one more step of that, now we add pedestrian, cyclist. We cannot expect them to be equipped. They might not have a power source. The precision of their position is difficult to obtain, etc. when they walk along walls. However, here, for instance, the here in the example, the traffic light is equipped with sensors, so they can detect the vulnerable road users, so the pedestrian, the bicycle. It might also be the car, etc., which can do that. So that would give us an opportunity to detect and react also to vulnerable road users, which is more difficult because they're more difficult to predict and also we cannot expect them to be able to inform us about their whereabouts. So as usual, we work very much on this in the direction to get it standardized. This standardization is in progress. So let me just shortly give a couple of examples of services which can be built on this. So imagine you're driving behind this big lorry. The lorry have a sensor looking ahead saying, yes, there is an upcoming vehicle, and then the red car wants to overtake, but will be told by the lorry, this is, be careful, there is an upcoming vehicle. And also here we had the example of the vulnerable road user, which I just mentioned. And from our perspective, we believe that the collective perception service, this methodology, by sharing information from the sensors already out there, either in vehicles or by infrastructure, perhaps even add sensors to the infrastructure. This is the most promising way to protect the vulnerable road users. So basically protecting pedestrians, bicyclists, etc. Of course, as we know, we can also get information, for instance, from trams, buses, etc., that they stop and let off passengers. But this is one of the most promising technology in this direction. If we then look a bit ahead to what we call cooperative driving, what we see here is that we can basically do a number of things with that. We can, for instance, if we have a string of vehicles, for instance, a platoon or cooperative ACC, we can negotiate, for instance, with traffic light and say, maybe if you extend the period with 3-4 seconds, you would get the complete string of cars across, and we will keep the flow of the traffic. It can also basically be used for other things like that. And as I said before, it can be used for negotiating the merging, for instance. So basically by informing the vehicle about the intention, the cars can basically say, yes, I'll make space for you to come in here. An alternative way of doing this is also to use the infrastructure here to tell that there is a car coming up. That could be a car from the past, which is not yet equipped with CITS. Just, I don't plan to go into all details of this, but just to show you that we have done this as a functional roadmap. We have tried to put in the service we see from our side. And of course, what we are trying to do in our collaboration with C-Roads is basically to try to align it with the roadmap from C-Roads. It's very clear that road operators, city authorities, etc., have perhaps different priorities. They have other services which we might not have put high in priority. We might not even have thought of it when we did our thing. So, but based on this functional roadmap with the phased approach, we then basically have tried to develop a technology roadmap. So when you have the phases before in time, you basically see here that we have the time up here, and we have basically tried to plot in what are the technology improvements we need to implement the different phases. Perhaps I should have said on the previous one that, of course, the ultimate goal out here is, call it Vision Zero, call it fully automated driving, CCAM, but it's basically to have an accident-free road transport at the end of this. That is clearly the goal. However, we of course would have one big challenge here, perhaps not as much with the short-range communication as we would have with some of the other components in the hybrid communication, is that we use a lot of different elements. We try to integrate across different partners in the transport sector. But these different industries, these different technologies traditionally have not had the same lifetime. I try to illustrate it here with when you look at the rolling stock on the railways, that typically is even older than the old cars on the road. Whereas when we come into this more modern digital world, with the example here of a mobile phone, it's very clear that we have very different lifetime. And I think this is one of the challenges we need also to deal with. That said, I think that completes my presentation. As usual, all our documentation is available at the Car2Car webpage.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Niels Andersen, General Manager of Car2Car Communication Consortium. Now we are going to learn more about integrating CITS into road operators' day-to-day business. Right person to talk about this topic is Mr. Thorsten Geisler, who is involved in European ITS and CITS infrastructure deployment initiatives. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. I hope it can be seen very good now. Good. Okay. So let me briefly start. Let me see. So, all right. Good. Okay. Let me briefly start with some considerations about technology generations, yeah, which are on the one hand consecutive, on the other hand also overlapping. Yeah, from a life cycle perspective, ITS is widely deployed all over Europe, yeah, whereas CITS has been piloted throughout the last years and is now starting deployment and regular operation. And well, already at the horizon is CCAM, also mentioned quite frequently in the morning. This is still in the research phase. And somehow these generations interact, of course. There's a progress, yeah, on taking advantage of the superior performance of later technology generations. But on the other hand, there's also the integration challenge with the legacy to keep and to lever also the performance of the road operator systems overall. So how does this relate to EUEIP as the European ITS platform in general? Well, EUEIP and C-Roads work together for the mutual benefit based on a collaboration node. And well, C-Roads is of course looking at the harmonized specifications, the testing, the implementation of the CITS services. We have learned a lot throughout this day about it. And for EUEIP, the goal is on CITS, the best integration of the CITS pilots and deployments with the current ITS deployment. On the right-hand side, you see, yeah, what we call the EUEIP signature slide, yeah, which summarizes who we are, what we are doing, and what we achieve. On CITS, there are quite some achievements that are approached, and I would like to invite you to visit the website. The link is on the last slide, to have a closer look at all the achievements. But coming back to the topic of today on achievements, yeah. let me mention a few related to CITS. First, we have the reference handbook for harmonized core ITS service deployment. And in the upcoming version, the C-Road specifications are integrated. Let me also share the perspective that the reference handbook will not only be a big PDF, but in the future, from autumn onwards, also a web accessible source which you can customize to your perspective, whether you are more, say, a policymaker or more a technical expert. This will happen in the next months to build this website. We are underway with it. A second achievement, which corresponds to the life cycle illustration which you have in the lower right, is a so-called implementation guidance for CITS services with infrastructure involvement. So some who have worked on this have this coined the CITS Guide for Dummies, but well, okay, the more official title is given here above. Which takes for newcomers the tour from the first considerations. What shall we do with this approaching technology to its full implementation? Then more forward-looking, also a roadmap for service implementation beyond the initial deployment. That is a key issue of our work in the last year of the current phase of the platform in this year. Moreover, we have also the CITS quality package, which complements other quality packages for ITS directive delegated regulations, for the safety related traffic information, for the real-time traffic information, and so on. In order to shed some light on what is a quality package, what's in it, quality criteria. It also informs about quality requirements and also on suitable assessment methods. And last but not least, we have done successfully workshops on deployment and evaluation together with C-Roads in 2017 and 2019. And this relates also to what you see on the perspectives slide on the right-hand side. I think some colleagues, Marek amongst others, has shared this before, some impressions of the 2019 workshop. So, but coming back to perspectives, there is a proven mutual benefit of C-Roads and AU EIP collaborating, because of the complementing nature of the activities. Then there are some necessities for next steps. Successful CITS deployment needs the putting into place of an ecosystem for the fully operational CITS service delivery. And well, happy to hear and being informed that C-Roads is approaching this. Then more looking from the roadmap perspective, the C-Roads based service catalog will expand and will be also functionally enriched. From the C-Roads working principles, this gives you some perspective in the short to midterm future. And this has to be matched with the views of the actors in the CITS operations ecosystem. So just before my presentation, Niels has shared some insight in the car-to-car roadmaps. There are also other roadmaps in the arena. Basically, we have to make a dialogue with those actors in order to come to a consistent picture. I think that is one thing, if I may refer back to Steve Phillips, who mentioned the Amsterdam group 10 years, which is now existing for 10 years. That was a great asset to come up with a first consistent vision of it. So then looking into EU EIP as a community of those who operate the traffic management, there's of course the key issue to be explored with which exactly is the value of CITS enabled information for the evolution of traffic management. And then let me come to the last point, this integration challenge into the road operator systems. This requires continuous attention, support, and also maintenance. And this is, this implies huge merits for the implementers, the policymakers, and finally also the users on the road. With that, thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we already know that C-Roads project teaches cars how to communicate. Also, fire brigade can take advantage from it. Let's see.
In the past few years, vehicle autonomy has found its way into the crosshairs of tech companies, car manufacturers, and even everyday drivers like us. The C-Roads project teaches cars to communicate with each other. With the help of cooperative intelligent transport systems and smart technologies, it utilizes direct car-to-car and car-to-infrastructure communications. This incorporates not only communication between vehicles, but also with traffic signs, railway crossings, vehicles integrated with the rescue and emergency system, and traffic lights. You know that feeling when you hear a fire truck approaching and you try to get out of the way, but you aren't sure where it's coming from? And all you can think about is if you slow them down, you could reduce the amount of time they have to save a life? Let's take a look at the emergency vehicles and assess the situation from the fire truck's point of view, as well as our own as drivers. Two factors, visibility and passability. On our driver infotainment system, we see the fire truck coming closer. Thanks to the C-Roads project solution and car-to-infrastructure communication, the fire truck is given preference at intersections. This means that it's given more room to pass, which can significantly shorten its arrival time. When it comes to saving lives and property, every second counts.
Okay, now there is some space for questions and answers, and now we have chance to talk also with Mr. Crockford, hopefully. Unfortunately, we had some technical issues, so you couldn't make your intervention. And I think that this shows the importance of the digital backbone. So maybe you can give us, maybe you can give a short overview on the role of digital infrastructure for CITS service delivery.
Yeah, a very, very short one. I think the best thing to do is to say what Working Group 5 is dealing with is digital transport infrastructure. There really isn't a definition at the moment, or there are several definitions. So we're working on majorly three elements, which is digital maps, connectivity and digital traffic rules, because it's really all about digitizing our networks, because it's not about communicating with humans all the time now. It will be communicating with humans and machines. So we're just trying to work out how that fits into CITS and how we bring in dynamic systems as well as static systems. So there's an awful lot of challenges and work to do there. So it's quite a new area. And as you say, I think I proved effectively today how important it is to have harmonized, interoperable and reliable systems sitting in the background.
Fair point. I have a question for Steve Phillips. C-Roads currently unites 18 member states. CEDAR represents 30 road directorates. He is connected right now. Great.
I'm here.
Okay, do you want me to repeat the question? I believe.
No, carry on.
Okay, great, amazing. So what would be your advice to C-Roads to stronger liaise with the remaining actors? What is your advice on that?
Oh, that's a difficult one because I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the major players are already engaged. I mean, you know, I look at the screen, Ricardo, Torsten, even Jacqueline. You know, we're engaged. You know, with many of them already. So I guess the challenge there is to get those who aren't at the same stage of deployment to get them involved, and they're, you know, they're the ones maybe who still need to develop their networks, need to follow their networks. What we're doing and what you've seen, you know, with C-Roads and of course the EU EIP and ASICAP as well, is by, you know, setting the guidance, by taking them on board, providing them and hopefully, you know, incentivizing them, showing them the key benefits, that then they will take that stage of investing their time, their money and their expertise, because at the end of the day, that's what it all comes down to.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Jacqueline Erard, you spoke about the potential of CITS with regard to the environment. Which Day 2 ITS services do you currently see approaching?
Well, as I've talked about collaborative traffic management, we see the potential of the next Day 2 specifications, where we talk about a lane change device or a speed limit, which is then set up in the right context. So it is important to not only see the messages or the services as a standalone box and everything will be solved. So we see really what is ongoing in the car-to-car CC and then also in C-Roads, that those kind of CITS services need then to be combined to even reach an higher and overall goal. We have talked about corporations, and as Steve has already mentioned, we are engaged with many stakeholders. But now it is really time to all come together and see in the different perspectives which we have on CITS and its potential, that we bring them together and make those services even really embedded in the different ecosystems of each stakeholder.
Okay, thank you. Question for Niels Anderson. After getting the ASICAP Day 2 priorities, where do you see the highest potential for Day 2 services?
If I get the ASICAP priorities, clearly they will focus on the highways, I assume. So it's clearly that if you look at the highways, the capability of let's say cooperating between the traffic management and the vehicle and thereby the driver would basically ensure a much better traffic flow, and thereby when we come back to the environmental aspect, the fact that we avoid stop and go has a large impact on the environment, because less acceleration, less braking reduces the pollution, both in terms of noise and CO2. I think that we can get also a lot of potential in the cities, especially with the collective perception service, as I mentioned. The fact that we can share the observations basically means that we can look around corners and we can detect vulnerable road users, people who are not on the system, even though they are around the corner. So typically accidents are when we have, let's say, a surprise that there comes somebody that you have not noticed in the traffic. And then finally, I would say that to the maintenance, I know that some trials done in Japan, they did very simple analysis of the data afterwards, saying, is there places where there is hard braking unexpected? Yes, there was. And then they went out and saw, yes, we need to cut the heads, we need to cut the bushes here because there's bad visibility. That is why we have the hard braking. So I think that the fact that we digitize everything is really what provides a number of opportunities, also far beyond the use cases we are discussing at the moment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tiago, we currently know that 53 European cities are committed to C-Roads. What are your plans to attract additional cities and regions to join the C-Roads family?
Thank you for the question. I hope you can hear me. Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, we are setting up the webinars, trying to raise the awareness for CITS in cities. And I think that by the audience that we are getting and by the cooperation with such high-value institutions such as CEDAR and Polis, I think we are getting there. Our webinars are more or less with 100 participants each time we make. And the idea now that we have drafted the city ambassador concept is to approach new cities and to raise the awareness of them towards us in seeing that CITS is real, is already on the roads, on the streets, and the potentials and the benefits are fully demonstrated. And C-Roads platform is the atmosphere and the environment to share and to demonstrate that CITS potential is a given. It's not just an idea, a vision. We are there yet. We just need to scale more and more. So we in the first phase, well, we were more or less than 10 or 20 cities. Now we have come to to 53, and we hope that in 1 year, 2 years time, more people get on board, and the 144 members of the WG4 group will enlarge, and we are getting there. We don't need to reach an objective of 200 or 300 cities. We just need to be around the globe more and more. And I would very much support the idea that Steve mentioned, because it's a little more broader, not leaving any city behind, not leaving any road behind, because it doesn't matter if it's on a highway or a local small municipality. For getting the full benefits of CITS in terms of safety, we need to go everywhere. So no city, no road, no country, no one can be left behind. So I think we are getting there, and let's see for the next year, we have more numbers and more deployment figures and maps to show. And I hope that the TEN-T map will enlarge and getting plenty of RSUs across the European roads. So I think we are on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck with that. And one more question for Torsten Geisler. Mr. Geisler, concerning the implementation guidance for CITS services with infrastructure involvement, what would be your #1 advice to newcomers when starting with CITS service operation?
Thank you for the question. I hope you can hear well. Yeah, the basic advice would be, yeah, please read it, please consult it. Yeah, it is basically intended to provide a head start to newcomers. Yeah, that you can realize steeper learning curves, that you yeah, can benefit from those say yeah, loops that some of the early adopters have already done, and where you now as a newcomer can take the fast forward.
Thank you. And there is one last question for Mr. Anderson again. Today we heard a lot about CITS service deployment on road stretches. Currently one group is committed to CITS service deployment. When do you think other companies will follow?
So as I indicated already, I think in the earlier question session, in all of these interoperability tests, we have had several of our members involved, also other major car manufacturer groups. Generally speaking, the automotive industry is keeping their secrets close. They tend first to reveal the new cars at the motor show and tell very little about them. But it's very clear from the engagement we see in the consortium, also in the test activity, that other groups of manufacturers are very close to deployment.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that would be the end of session 2. See you again at 4 p.m., which is like in 10 minutes. So the closing session will be opened by Mrs. Vaňková, Mayor of Brno, so make sure you won't miss it. And thank you. Welcome again at the final session. Now we are going to see Mrs. Markéta Vaňková, Mayor of Brno, experiencing the live promotion tour.
How did it feel? I was very satisfied. In fact, it worked just as perfectly as it has been described. We took 2 tours. One was with a fire brigade truck and then a passenger car. It showed the information from a car that was doing some repairs on the road, and everything worked just perfectly. And so hopefully now it will be used in as many cars as possible. What about you? Thank you very much for the opportunity to see the situation through the eyes of a driver. Me too. Hear the wailing of an ambulance, and only then we see it. So we have to look around, and we were able to see what the system can do for us in this respect.
So now we know how CITS works in practice, and now Mr. Gert van der Linden, Policy Officer, will tell us more about expectation of European Commission. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. We've got some technical issues, so...
Good afternoon,
Great.
everybody.
Thank you, perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for having me. And I should say, of course, that at the end of such a long and interesting day, it is a mission impossible for me to talk without repeating some of the messages. That being said, of course, a lot of these messages are worth repeating. First of all, I would like to thank the hosts. I very much look forward to one day come and visit the city of Brno and see CITS deployment in real life and share with you everything that you have achieved. That goes, of course, for all the other deployment locations across Europe. But again, welcome to the host. And of course, a big, big congratulations to all of the C-Roads members and everything you've achieved. We've seen many great presentations today on all the work that has taken place in the last 5 years since the C-Roads platform was created. And that is worth a big celebration. So thank you to all of you, and thank you for a very interesting day. Now, where do we go from here? And I've prepared a couple of slides. I won't be too long, but I've prepared a couple of slides nonetheless. First of all, this is a slide many of you may have seen before, because I made it many years ago. I've updated it regularly, but I still think it is very valid. What this slide shows is that CITS is part of a bigger story. The CITS story is the one we see on top, and the main milestones are there. In 2016, the C-Roads platform was launched. In 2019, the day one services were deployed, and today is the culmination of that. We have day one now deployed at a much larger scale. In 2020, we saw the first NCAP Advanced Award in 6 years. But also in 2020, we launched a new platform. I think we were successful with the CITS platform in the past as a start of the whole story, but we launched a new platform, CCAM. CCAM, well, first of all, it shares the same first C. It stands for cooperative. The other letters are connected, automated mobility. And those three strands are what you see in this slide. So next to CITS, we also have connectivity and we also have automation. And that risks sounding like a lot of technology. But that's why I always say that the most important letter is the M for mobility. Because what we ultimately need to achieve, what our goal is not to deploy technology. It is to improve mobility for all of us. And we've heard many of the good reasons for that already today. But again, it's one of those things that is worth repeating. It is worth that we still put a lot of emphasis on improving road safety. It is absolutely needed that we reduce the environmental impact of transport and that we move towards a more sustainable mobility. And that is where CITS has a big role to play. It's one of those first elements that now is being deployed. It is indeed reality. Now, another quick recap of what have we done and what do we still need to do more. First of all, CITS needs interoperability. That it has been explained at length today. In this slide, I mentioned the C-Roads platform, but again, repeating one of those key messages, the C, the cooperative, is important. It's not just cooperation between individual CITS users. It is cooperation between everybody that we heard today working together and making this reality, this digital dream come true. And we need to continue doing that. We need to have all of your continued support, your continued efforts, and your continued investments in CITS. CITS also needs trust. The Commission has played its part in that. We heard from the colleagues in the GRC that are managing the security credential management system, and we will continue to do that because we will need to have this trust system across the Union. CITS also needs scale. We heard today we have about 500,000 vehicles on the road. Thousands are joining every day. That is good, but we need more. The same goes for infrastructure. We have hundreds of, we had, I believe the numbers quoted were 20,000 kilometers equipped with roadside units, 100,000 kilometers equipped with cellular coverage and CITS services. That is great, but we need more. So CEF2 will continue building on everything we've achieved and which we're celebrating today and continue improving the European network. Digitalization will, of course, also increasingly become a part of smart infrastructure. Smart infrastructure, that means that the transport infrastructure, more and more, we're not only talking, we used to traditionally talk about physical infrastructure, and that remains important. We still need to make the physical infrastructure as safe as possible. At the same time, the digital component, the digital twin of that physical infrastructure and CITS will gain in importance. It will be one of those key elements to make transport smarter, safer, more accessible, more multimodal, and more inclusive. So quickly going back to the CCAM platform, because that is what is coming next. And we developed in the CCAM platform a research and innovation agenda for CCAM. Our main objective is user-centric, inclusive, shared mobility for both freight and people, using more connected, more cooperative, and more automated vehicles, and to improve the sustainability of transport. And to make that ambitious dream reality, we created a new, or we are in the process of creating a new partnership under Horizon Europe. And another key element of the CCAM platform, very closely linked to everything we're celebrating today, was on the physical and digital infrastructure. We need to better understand how it can really support automated vehicles. Nobody discusses anymore on the relevance of CITS. We know that is very relevant, but what more do we need? Which digital elements do we still need? Which data do we need to create? Which services shall the infrastructure deliver? A lot more there is still needed. And that, of course, also means if you look at the little drawing that you see there, you see that the partnership and the agenda we've put forward for CCAM contains 7 clusters. Number 4 of one is integrating the vehicle in the transport system. That is where CITS has a key role to play. That means that, and if I move to my conclusions, I think everybody agrees today that the physical and digital infrastructure, of which CITS is a major component, has a major role to play in enabling a more smarter, a more sustainable mobility. However, investment levels remain high, and investments simply do not happen without a coordinated approach and investment certainty. That is why it is so important that everybody that we heard today continues working together and creating that climate that fosters investment. We, of course, also need to make sure we efficiently link the development and deployment activities. So in the CCAM partnership under Horizon Europe, we expect to develop ever more services, more CITS services, more automated services, more mobility services that integrate all of this. And the projects that we have funded under the Connecting Europe facility, and which we will continue funding, they can support that early on with what we called no regret measures. Investment, continued investment in CITS is clearly one of them, but also we will expect that those investments, that those projects, that those deployments will increasingly take into account an evolution towards CCAM. So we also need to continue making clear recommendations, because there is so much we can invest in, so much work that we still have to undertake, and we need to make sure that we get the most money for our buck, the most value for our buck, excuse me, as quickly as possible. And one of the things that I think is important is that we need to agree increasingly on how we're going to share data between private and public stakeholders. It was mentioned before that this is a win-win situation, and it can trigger investments on both sides. So, and this is my final slide. The digitalization of transport, and therefore CITS, remains and is a key investment area for Europe. It supports our objectives from the EU Green Deal, and it supports the smart and sustainable mobility strategy, which we adopted December last year. In addition, it is part of our digital sovereignty and competitiveness agenda, also something already highlighted earlier today. A lot of public investment is still needed, and EU funds will continue supporting the development and the deployment of CITS. We expect the deployment beyond Connecting Europe facility should soon start. We know, for example, that the European Investment Bank is willing to support CITS projects. How things will evolve precisely for CCAM and how the combination of private and public investment and what the business models will be there, I think is not fully clear yet. I think that to make that happen, we need to work in a similar fashion as what we have done with CITS and how we made that happen. And that means alignment of all players' plans to create sufficiently large operational design domains, meaning that the roads on which these vehicles will be able to drive and the mobility service that they will be able to deliver are sufficiently large to make it useful for people, for goods, for businesses, useful to invest, useful to complement the public transport that we already have today. So in the end, exactly how these mobility services for end users will be developed is a bit of a question mark, but one that we hope to address and demonstrate with many large-scale demonstration projects, which will be at the core of the new partnership under Horizon Europe. Concluding, we have made a major milestone with C-Roads and the deployment of CITS. We have many milestones ahead of us, and I think it was Matthew Baldwin who said it earlier today, I join his aspiration that in a couple of years, we will be here together again, celebrating a second major milestone when indeed 10% of the fleet has been equipped with CITS, when automation becomes much closer to reality, when transport becomes much more sustainable. And I hope to be there, hopefully in person next time, celebrating together with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your conclusion. I think it was very useful and brilliant summary of everything what was said today. Now I would like to hand over to Mrs. Crystal Fiorina. I believe she has also some closing words to share with us. Hello again.
Hello again. I would like at first thank the Czech authorities, the organizers, Austria Tech, especially Martin, Damaris, Sophie, Alexander. What a great team, and the technical support to have organized that Safe Roads today. Because of the sanitary situation, you know that we had to adapt ourselves to make it possible, and they made it possible. And a lot of work has been done, so I want to address big congratulations to those who had worked very hard to deliver that great conference to us. I would also like to thank all the speakers and the virtual exhibitors, because they presented the range of CITS technologies and projects deployed on a large scale within the European Union. The C-Roads platform, as it was said, has been working for 5 years, bringing together 18 member states and associated partners. In 5 years, the C-Roads platform has successfully met several challenges by creating, at first, a common collaborative platform at the European level, by developing use cases initially focused on safety and security, and now focused on common user services, especially urban services. By connecting an important road network, we began with motorways and then interurban roads. We are now working with cities in metropolitan roads and regional roads. So we come from the motorways to the local issues. And I think that we're gonna push you on that way, because we need multimodality, interoperability, and the focus on urban services go with that. We have also developed sovereign technologies. It was said by the European Commission, but it's very important. We work in the digital field, the digital economy, and we need, as European members, and for Europe, we need to use sovereign technologies. And CITS, by bringing together research, companies, member states, road operators, make it possible to have this ecosystem of innovation in order to promote sovereign technologies at the European scale. The cohesion of within the C-Roads platform and the steering committee are the cornerstones of this success. The technologies now we have developed are mature. So, as it was said, let's go further. Let's go further and let's do more and more. We have major challenges to face. First, we have to continue to improve our technologies, especially because we intervene in a global market, and that we can prove that European technologies is a high-level technology, but is also very competitive at the global level. We must also continue to industrialize our processes, from experimentation to the great development on the road network. We have also to continue pursue to develop the network using ITS-G5, but also cellular technologies. And in that context, and particular context, the arrival of the 5G will certainly provide some other opportunities to CITS. Then it's very important also to develop the network in all territories, in regions, in cities, and for all the users, drivers, non-drivers. We want to have a network that is inclusive, that take care of vulnerable users, so cyclists, so people who work, and so we must continue to develop use cases dedicated to that users. And at least, because the data is the new petrol, we have also to continue to get interoperability in the platforms we have within the member states, continue to work on that data standards, especially because we want to promote the European spaces, the European data spaces in the field of mobility. And we have to continue in that way to promote the integration of the European CITS network. And also to have a high level of cybersecurity of our networks. In that way, as we are currently working of preparing the automatization of the transport, we are also promoting the arrival of connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles. That is to say that CITS is at the basis of an industrial and economic approach that bring together all the ecosystem, not only of the road, but of the transport at the European level. And that is why this project and this platform is very strategic, even for the European policies and for the member states' policies. In fact, the CITS platform is a major strategic brick in the European strategy for sustainable and connected mobility, but not only. It's an important brick for the strategy of digital, for the strategy for artificial intelligence, for the European strategy for data. The platform we bring together, and in the platform we work together to demonstrate that ability to make the technologies, that to experiment the technologies, and to create and work around a common roadmap. In that way, the C-Roads platform is a real success. In that context, I welcome the support of the European Commission, of CINEA, of the member states, which devote significant resources to CITS. It must continue, especially if we want to be competitive in the global market. These efforts must continue because CITS contributes to the economic development, but not only. It contributes also to the Green Deal. It contributes to reduce pollution. It contributes also to make services to all the citizens within the European Union. It's a very inclusive project. And at least it's also a question of sovereignty, as I said. It's a question also, CITS, of European innovation policy and sovereign innovation policy in Europe and in member states. So that is to say that CITS are preparing the future on the road. They are also preparing the future of road jobs and road skills. That is very important. And the current CITS project and the CITS platform is preparing a new concept, a concept of smart transport, a concept of service platform infrastructure. It's not only the road, it's all the services about the road, all the skills we have to dedicate to manage a services infrastructure for all the citizens. So that is to say that the role of the road tomorrow will go far behind the transportation of goods and people. The road will be part of the economic development, inclusive policies, environmental reduction of the impacts. Therefore, as a conclusion, I wish a very long life to our beautiful project and to the C-Roads platform, and I give you bonjour et à bientôt for the next meetings. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. À bientôt. Merci. I think we can agree on that we have a long and interesting, productive day behind us. All the previous words have proven that CITS has indeed become reality. Reality which can and will make roads safe, which is going to save many lives. Thank you for attending Safe Roads today. It was my pleasure to guide you through it. And let's join the Safe Roads from today on.